Yo, what's happening, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. What a week we've had. What a month we've had. I think this is the last semi-finals and finals of this month, and we've got one more that finishes off the first 2 days of August. Absolutely insane, if you ask me. Absolutely insane. Today we have a stacked lineup. Every time I look over at this this round of 8, I'm like, any one of these players could be in Athens. Any one of them. They're all capable of taking games off the best players in the world. They're all capable of winning a 5-game series. But to get to Athens, you've got to put in the hard work. You got to win not just one 5-game series, but 3 5-game series in a row, and then also a 7-game series. So there's quite a lot of shenanigans here. Today we've got fan favorites in Magic versus El Matador. This is a bit of a blockbuster matchup to kick us off. Magic still not qualifying is probably a surprise to most people at the moment. Then we've got a very interesting matchup after that. We've got Soup versus Nyan Racing Cat. Haven't seen Nyan in this tournament very much. He came in as a substitution from losing in the round of 16 in the qualifier portion, which does mean he has that substitution option. So he did get in on that, and he's managed to get past the round of 16 with a bit of an upset. Apparently it was a really, really good series, and he actually did dominate in the series 3-0, but a solidly well-played games for the entirety of it. So he's definitely in form, but going up against Soup. Soup is probably the most consistent thus far, or one of the most consistent thus far in this tournament, making it to the semi-finals or finals pretty much every single week. Yet to be able to win a game in the finals, but he has been getting there solidly. And then we move on to Garnath. Garnath, another favorite to make it to Athens. He's been playing incredibly well, but he does have yet again another crazy matchup that he has to deal with inside of Garnath, who is a bit of a wild card, to say the very least. And then we've got somewhat of a surprise matchup at the end here. Not really a surprise to see Eisomarto after how well he's been playing throughout this tournament, but Matreiuss has yet to find his groove, and after watching him play against B this week, it looks like he's back in the form. He's remembering how to play or finding out the new way to play. So sometimes it's kind of similar, the same thing, different things. Sometimes, you know, it can be different and all that other good stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, our first game here is going to be Magic versus Matador. Let's jump over to the head-to-head and see what they've had over the years. Let's check it out. And as you can see here, guys, these two players, we've got 2 Magics here. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix this. We've got 2 Magics here, lol. That's funny. Let me try that again. Alrighty. And as you can see, both of these players haven't played against each other just yet. They're very, very close in terms of tournament elo. Only a handful of games separating them, or a little bit of like 10% win rate separating these two. Of course, the Magic win rate used to be much, much higher. He was dominating for a while. He's yet to really, I think he's found his groove in practice from what I've heard, but he's not found his groove in tournament, which is obviously a challenge, because it's a completely different sort of set of circumstances when you have to deal with that. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump over to the draft Rooney and see what we are going to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Magic Matador. We got ourselves some bans from Magic. He bans out Tezcatlipoca and Susanoo. Two incredibly cheesy gods that I think, or timing attack based gods, I think that Magic just doesn't want to deal with. So banning out the Tezcatlipoca and the Susanoo just means he can kind of get into his game plan. On the flip side, Matador bans out Huitzilopochtli and Shinnong, two just really strong gods. Then we get into the draft. Magic first picking Uranus. Clearly, very strong god, but I think from what I've been seeing from Magic, just a little bit of troubles where that's concerned inside of that Uranus. I'm kind of surprised to see him pick it. I don't see Matador playing it very often. Matador picks Quetzalcoatl and Gaia, two strong gods in of themselves. Magic grabs the Fushi Frere. Then Nuwa Thor for Matador. Odin Amaterasu for Magic. Tsukiyomi Set for Matador. And the Chronos to round out the draft for Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, our first matchup is a Norse mirror. Everyone's favorite of the mirrors. We've got Odin versus Thor. We've got Magic. We've got Maddie. Let's jump in onto Cloud Forest and see what game number 1 is going to bring us. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Gameathlon Road to Athens. Quarterfinals here for the playoff number 4. We've had 3 playoffs already. We've had 3 qualifying players already. If you don't know who they are, well, go back and watch the finals of playoffs 1, 2, and 3. That way you can sort of get up to date. Today, for our first quarterfinal in the left-hand corner of the map, sporting as the blue Odin, already dropping the temple and ready to get himself out of Hursa, it is I Am Magic. His opponent today, no stranger to the spotlight. Playing as Thor, he is Matty. And both players do go for a relatively fast temple. Magic's is a touch quicker than Matador's, but this is what I think a lot of Norse players are sort of saying is the new meta. This is the way to play Norse in 2026. What are you doing with the Norse? Well, take a look for yourself. There is no scouting going on from Matador, but as soon as the Hursa in the house comes out, all of a sudden, there's going to be the entirety of the map getting scouted. In comes Magic's Raven. Berserk down onto the bottom side here as Mr. Solomon himself is going to be wandering down here to grab the first of 4 relics. The relic that has been uncovered here is the 9 Cauldrons. Not the most impactful relic on this map. And for Ironhide here, for Matador, Ironhide, he's grabbing himself that canopic jar of Imsetting. On the top side of the map, we do see Heavenly Jeweled Spear. This is nice for those Herdmen that we're going to see in this game. Can be very, very impactful if this does go the way of raiding cavalry, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Magic going in for Berserks and Matador going in for Berserks as well here to some degree. There's also Pandora's Box on the map, which is a fantastic relic, but we have not yet seen either player scouting it out, though Ironhide, he is on a mission here today. He is up to the top, and he might be able to get to this relic if he's fast enough. Magic, for the moment, hasn't scouted this. He scouted every single speck of map, except for that one little bit right here on his side of the map. But I think this might be a Matador relic if he is lucky. So in comes Magic, and there's not really much to it, but he just misses it here. He's up. Never mind. There he goes. So Magic does find the 3rd relic. Just oh. 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 The race is on! He gets it! Matador gets it right underneath of Magic's mitts there. What is that? Are you kidding me? Well, he gets the relic. Is coming back home. We're going to be seeing Forseti versus Freya. Now, the big difference here is that Magic has got himself out for HUSKSUPPE already. Matador also has 4 HUSKSUPPE. But Matador's already in the classical age, so there's not going to be any fighting available here. And Magic is back. He has to retreat into his main base. He will have a Valkyrie pretty quickly. He will be able to go into a Great Hall pretty quickly here as well. There's no early game pressure that he can put on. And the question actually is, what does Matador do behind this? Is there a world here where dropping a Dwarven Armory and just going into, say, Copper Weapons, Copper Mail, just for a tiny bit of eco boost early on? Is that the right play here? It's not what Matador wants to do. Matador says, nah, we're just gonna play for some early berserks, some early walls, and some nice defense here. Same too for Magic, as he's getting his own stuff set up over there, but the Valkyrie is now out and is going to be looking for a little bit of something here. As across the map, she rides into the main base of Matador for the time being here. We do see that on the backside, there is going to be these dwarves that could get into some trouble here as Matador charges into the main base, sees the Great Hall, sees the temple. It's been very obvious that he's coming in here. If Magic is paying attention, he should have some units in defense, and units in defense he does have. And not only that, in comes the raiding cavalry as well. So it's not going to be a simple play here for Matador. That being said, Matador can just run back home. The raiding cavalry, on the other hand, though, they are at 6 speed, so they can catch up, maybe single out one HUSKSUPPE and catch Matador out here. Is onto this backside. Dwarves under a little bit of threat there as the berserks are coming in, and these HUSKSUPPE are slowly going to be moving their way back home. Cheeky little wall coming up here again as the Valkyrie is back in, and Magic is going to be happy to just get idle time here. This isn't a big deal. One of the reasons, though, that Matador is going into berserks is because he's playing Forseti. Forseti comes with the Dwarven breastplate, which makes those berserks a little bit more powerful. He also gets the Hall of Thanes, which also makes the berserks faster. Now, I believe that Hamask berserks on the side of Magic, which Magic isn't going for, do actually move faster than those Hall of Thanes berserks, but the combination of both dwarven armor, dwarven breastplate, and Hall of Thanes does make the Thor berserks that little bit more effective in this game. But both players, not both players, Matador, he is floating a lot of food at the moment. He's got a pretty nice amount of units out while floating that food as well. I'm not exactly sure what's happening there, as Magic is trying to get himself medium cav as well as a whole bunch more raiding cav. He will have to go into throwing axemen, so the micro is going to be challenging here. One angle for Matador is to actually go into raiding cavalry behind this. We often see people going, okay, we got to make a front line and we got to make raiding units. Sorry, a front line, we got to make ranged units. In the Norse mirror, it's not as important to have those ranged units. What you need is an answer versus throwing axemen, and then you also need an answer versus herdmen. And if you can micro it well, then you're in a good spot. Into the main base, though, Magic's coming in, looking to try and take out these HUSKSUPPE. Matador can do nothing except for turn and fight with those HUSKSUPPE. His dwarves getting pulled out all over the place. Is up onto this side, though. Matador getting pulled in onto this position. Magic has to throw an axe from there, so Matador has to run away. Magic gets out of there with 2 HUSKSUPPE kills. No villager kills, but a lot of idle time forced here. A lot of idle time forced. Up onto the top side, Berserk's getting cleaned up on the retreat as the raiding cavalry are looking to cut off these bad boys. But, I mean, at the very worst, he's going to lose a couple more Berserks. But this is... He might lose them all as Matador, he just gets stuck in onto this spot. He could try and make a break for that wooden wall, but back into the main base, drops the healing spring. And all of a sudden, there is a 1,500 military resource value differential here. And that can be... That could go into anything. Town center options. Myth unit spammage. More units. Armory. Whatever he wants. Matador behind this, he's going for armory upgrades, which is simply put, slow. He needs to be spamming units out. His gold mine here, 1,000 gold onto this spot as the raiding cavalry coming in, trying to pick villages off. Raiding cavalry will snipe that throwing axe from there as the Berserk's coming over. And Magic just simply is playing out of his mind right now. He doesn't drop a single unit with those raiding cavalry up onto this side. Magic pulls back his throwing axeman, but Matador just knocking at the door before pulling... Magic just knocking at the door before pulling away. As Matador is just falling further and further and further behind in this game. The one thing going for Matador, if we can point at anything, is the fact that he does have himself 5 speed, 50% hack armor Berserks. And there's 18 throwing axemen here. Berserk's coming in. We'll spot some dwarves to pick off. Every little bit matters here. Gets 2 dwarves, but in comes the raiding cavalry as Matador, without question, is going to get somewhat caught out here. Diving after the throwing axeman there. Up onto the top side. He could turn and take the fight with those raiding cavalry on the retreat, but we see some throwing axemen splitting off. Matador loses a couple more military units. He's up 11 villages here as the raiding cavalry continuing to get this damage off on the retreat here. Up to the top side now, though. Berserk's joining in onto this fight. And Magic does need to regroup ever so slightly. His army is split up, chasing a couple of Berserks off into the corner here. Matador seeing his opportunity to strike, but the throwing axeman numbers are in. Up onto this left side, though. Can the Berserks win over there? I think Magic doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Dwarven Mine was dropped into the main base, though. Throwing axemen over here are going to be erasing Berserk so fast as the HUSKSUPPE get on top of the troll here. This is not the fight that Matador needs. He needs to be waiting as long as he possibly can. No answer for these throwing axemen means the Berserks will slowly start to melt. On this side, however, the Berserks are getting some really good value, taking out those raiding cavalry, but 600 military, 700 military versus 3.1k military. That there is enough for Matador to say GG, as he is not able to make it work here in this game. He got so many Vill picks, but he needed to get back home after that and sit on the villager advantage for a little bit longer. The problem is that he was kind of just stuck out losing units. And even if you're in front by 10 villagers, you still have to be able to wait somehow a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes on that villager advantage. And Matador just simply could not do that. He had food over here he could potentially go for. He did manage to come over onto this food, but it was scouted by Magic as well. And then more importantly, he has to get onto a gold mine outside of his base once this Dwarven mine does expire. And he just couldn't really go for that. I mean, another idea could have been to just continue to sit back, mine that gold, spend everything, and then throw everything onto wood, spend all the favor on trolls, and then try and go for your gold mine as an idea. But for Matador here, does not work out for him. Magic played a incredibly clean Odin game in this one. He is looking in fine form. We'll see if Matador can strike back into the next game. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what we're going to see for game number 2. Alrighty. So our next game is going to be on Midgard. It's going to be a Freyr versus Quetzalcoatl here. A couple questions in the chat around the Herdman and its lack of being utilized. I think that the Herdman is like a surprise unit. You kind of feed it, you kind of build them in, mix them in with raiding cavalry, and it's really, really nice. But if you're already going into berserks, you've already got generalist units, the Herdmen don't really help out that much. I think is the general gist of the whole situation. They're really, really good in some situations, kind of average in others. But yeah, more of a defensive kind of, oh, well, my gold mine's getting attacked. Let me get some Herdmen in to help me out on the defense, those sorts of things. But yeah, the Berserks have got a lot more utility. They can't exactly beat throwing axemen, but they can kind of trade into them. And I think wow, Baxi, thanks so much for the gifted subs, my friend. Holy 10 gifted subs, you legend. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Yes, I think if Matador had managed to continue to move around, raid, get favor in, and go into trolls, then he doesn't have to worry about those throwing axemen as much, because he can get himself the troll specials onto the throwing axemen throughout the fight and just continue to send them away. One thing I haven't seen pro players and just in general anyone doing with the troll is to use these special abilities manually throughout the fight. So say you have 5 trolls and your opponent's got a ranged ball and you're fighting that front line, doing things like target the back line, turn on a special ability on one of the trolls, then your opponent has to respect that or get thrown away. And then once they come back in from that throw, you do it again, and then you do it again, as opposed to trying to hit them all with just one. So that's the thought. But yeah, Magic is looking really, really good at this point. He hasn't made, like, either he's incredibly in tune with what the Norse mirror looks like, or he has decided to stop making those early game mistakes that he's been wanting to make. What's the point of opening Temple instead of Armory as Thor if you don't apply pressure with the Hursers? Both players went for the early Hurser, so there's not really any pressure to be applying. So it was I want to not take the pressure more so than I want to apply it in that situation. Both of them had the same amount of Hurser. At least that was my read. All right, guys. Time for game number 2 here. It's on Midgard, everyone's favorite water map. Let's jump in and check it out. And off to the races we go. Left side of the map, we do have Matador on one of his priority picks here, Quetzalcoatl. And we've got Magic on a priority pick to some degree as well. This was his 3rd pick, Freyr. So the map is now Midgard. Lots of opportunities to make things happen on this map. Lots of different types of Midgards, but this Midgard does spawn with a healthy amount of large gold mines. You can see sometimes 2 large gold mines per player, sometimes 3 large gold mines per player, and also sometimes 4 large gold mines per player. Now, this is obviously going to be the 3 one, which is just simply a very, very healthy amount of gold for a lot of fighting and a lot of opportunities to extend the game. Now, a lot of players did stumble upon the idea that the Aztecs Well, they have a little bit of an issue versus Norse, not in the sense that it's like favored or anything. It's just that once the DLC got released, of course, there was some initial pains that had to be figured out in terms of what we call difficult matchups, equal matchups, or advantage matchups. And one of this Aztec versus Norse matchup did feel a little bit like a disadvantage matchup. Of course, it takes time to work these things out, and I don't think that it is anymore. It's probably pretty close to equal, but there's definitely a lot of very, very important facets of this matchup that you need to know in order to have success with Quetzalcoatl. Now, first and foremost, you have to realize this is Freya, so it's not your average Norse god. You're gonna have to deal with Gullinbursti, you're gonna have to deal with classical age Huskal, you're gonna have to deal with a potential Tempest and Rock Giants, and also Fafnir. So you have to figure out how you're going to get through all of that. Now, one really powerful thing on this map, which Quetzalcoatl doesn't actually have access to, is the Obsidian Butterfly. Like I said, Quetzalcoatl doesn't have access to this, so you don't really have to worry about it. But the Obsidian Butterfly is going to have free reign to actually raid fishing ships throughout the game, and it also forces you to build walls sort of like this, where you, instead of walling across to the water, you actually have to wall across to the wood lines, which does make life a lot harder for the Norse player to play defense. Alrighty, so that all being said, the fishing ship spam is on the way. Matador has gone for an early Kalpuli with the lumber outpost attachment and the craft workshop attachment, so this will slow down any sort of classical ages that he's going to get, but he's going to get a huge amount of economy from it. And the question is really going to be, will Magic be able to go for any sort of early attack? He could go for Freya here rather than the Ulla option. It's a little bit scary, but if he does do that, he can forest fire this, force the Quetzalcoatl villages, wood villages, to have to move over to this position or over onto this position, rebuy the lumber outpost there, which isn't cheap. You could go for that as well. So we'll see what his game plan is going to be. And the other actually interesting idea could be some sort of fast mythic, actually, from Quetzalcoatl here. Normally, you see a little bit more heroic age fighting, a little bit more classical age fighting on this map, but a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the Midgard was all about quick mythic ages. And I think in this specific matchup, with a beautiful totem pole getting dropped down in your base with that, what's the god called? I can't even remember. I have to click into it. My brain's not working. Tlaloc. As soon as I open it and I see the photo, it comes back to me. Tlaloc. Put that pillar of Tlalocan down into your opponent's base and live the dream is definitely an idea. As behind this, though, we see Huehuecoyotl, which is a bit of a strange one. Nonetheless, Ulla is coming in. The reason I say it's strange is just because the tree is so versatile, so good on this map. Yes, you don't really need to eat the tree for the extra food on this map because you've got the fishing at ship economy, but you can use it offensively in a similar way that you can drop the lullaby. You can use the tree offensively, and it might even be worth more in an actual fight. But nonetheless, relics are getting picked up by Matador here. He's getting that fur of Boit. In his main base here, he has already grabbed a Thundercloud Shawl relic. And he's grabbed himself the Gugnir Odin Spear. On the bottom, for Magic, Mayakul's Magay is sitting over here, but there will not be a single relic getting claimed from Magic in this game. Matador was able to pull the heist of his life in the last game to steal Pandora's box from underneath his nose, but in this game, it's every relic for Matador, and Magic is going to be playing this situation from, I guess, a little bit behind, as we've got 3 longhouses getting dropped down by Magic to start this one off. There goes the purse scene. Incoming the Asgardian Hill Fort now. And let's have a quick fishing ship check here and see where the players are actually at. 19 fishing ships for Magic. On the flip side, it's going to be 18 for Matador. So basically, dead equal. Dead equal, dead Stevens. No, 20 for Matador. So Matador gets the edge after all is said and done. And we will see 1, 2, 3, 4 Nobles Huts. 4 Nobles Huts for Matador. He is going to be making himself some very, very powerful Ocelotl warriors here. Now, the question is going to be, will Magic be prepared for this? He has to build throwing axemen here, otherwise the Ocelotl warriors are going to wreak havoc. That being said, actually, if the Ocelotl warriors don't utilize their ambush bonus, which is very easy to do, mind you, on a map like Midgard with this many tree lines placed around, if he doesn't utilize the ambush mechanic, he's going to be in trouble. And that is the exact ambush mechanic we're talking about. Look at that damage there. In onto the backside. It's going to be a couple more units getting cleaned up. That Urso there as well looks like it's going to potentially get back home. It does manage to get back to safety here as the other throwing axemen are on the way. And Matador, well, he's got to be careful now. Building this amount of Ocelotl warriors forces throwing axemen, which is sort of what you want as Quetzalcoatl, because then you can go into Eagle Warriors, and Eagle Warriors will make short work of those throwing axemen for sure. There's a couple of Ocelotl warriors deciding they want to actually fight this. Dives in, low HP Ocelotl warrior goes down, so a bit of a trade back there as Matador will need to retreat. And the rest of these units do manage to actually catch Matador out. Now, it might be worth it. He's actually going to take the fight. And not from the ambush, so he doesn't get that boost on his units here. It's not a great fight for Matador. And now he says, all right, let's get out of here. Onto this side, there's also the laser turret boy chilling. That can actually be a really nice unit to sort of set up your ambush, because your opponents can dive in onto it and you set it into turret state or whatever, and you can be in a good spot. Behind all of this, though, there's 3 warrior priests bloodletting. We'll see what that's going to be all for, but it's a lot of favor in the bank and not very much getting spent here, as on the back there does come the warrior priest Quetzalcoatl. That's going to be a Tejipla in, as there goes the lullaby, and, well, not the best of lullabies here, if you're asking me, but Magic says, I don't want to fight against that Tejipla, so let me get out of here, and it will be a dead Draugr there as well. And the game goes on as Matador chasing Magic all the way back to his main base. Those throwing axemen getting caught out here. Magic does need to pull those back on the front line. They're going to get taken out very, very quickly. Another Tejipla to come through. But Magic here, he gets a great trade back on that one. Is Matador just sort of refusing to build anything other than Ocelotl warriors. And he's finding himself in somewhat of a difficult position here. As the Quetzalcoatl, it does good damage, don't get me wrong. But there's no answers to the throwing axemen here of Magic. And Magic can start doing his shoot and scoot, getting out of there, no problems. But behind all of this, another gold mine set up. Walls not actually finished here for Matador. Maybe he didn't afford it, couldn't afford it, or something like that. But problems are afoot here. In now comes the Coatlicue. Now there is going to be a Tempest. There is going to be an Earth Monster. And Matador is actually getting a little bit ahead of himself. Says, I don't even want to wait for the Heroic Age to start building myself those Eagle Warriors. Let's go into some Tequila Archers to help us out. Meanwhile, we do have the Kraken going after some fishing ships behind this position. And we do have the Berserks going to knock down the wall. As Matador attempting to get away from there. Does manage to keep the villager alive. There will be no killing off of the Kraken until the Heroic Age comes in. Double Krakens actually through for Magic, as he says, you know what? Why not? Also time to get himself a whole bunch of upgrades. Ring Oath coming in, though we can't afford the extra fortress just yet. To be honest, I don't think he should get that. The only time I think it's worth it to drop down the Ring Oath or the secondary cast of Asgardian Bastion at 50 favor. It's when you're at full population or you're still in the classical age. Otherwise, just buy it. It's not that expensive. In fact, I think it's cheaper. It's not cheaper on favor. It's not cheaper on cost, excuse me. It's not, but it's just better to build Rock Giants or build Fafnir or build Draugr. Anyways, in onto this position. Great garrison micro from Magic as Matador uses that jump to get out of there. We are seeing little bits of raids coming in onto the bottom side. Of course, the villagers are sitting over here. Villagers are sitting over here. So there's a lot of openings for cheeky raids. It's the Berserks trying to catch those Ocelotl warriors, but they go into stealth, get away. I don't think the line of sight would have shown them regardless, but he will be able to hit these villagers on this gold mine. Magic, he's going to be able to garrison very, very quickly, though, and be very safe. He's in onto this side now. The Ocelotl warriors have been revealed. Whether Magic's paying attention to this or not, who knows? We do have the commissioned spy over here as well. We'll spot the town center going up, which means sooner or later, a Gullimbursty to be aggressive is going to be a problem. Matador, for the moment here, he's about to get hit onto this wood line. He's not paying attention on this one, and Magic is going to get 1 Vil pick, 2 Vil picks, and even more 3 Vil picks. Matador gets back into the tower, gets the rest of the villagers away, and any sort of advantage that he might have had in this game does end up getting sent packing. We do have the Axolotls out now. They're going to send the Kraken away. Meanwhile, up onto this side, still picking off fishing ships and all the other good stuff where that's concerned. As Matador trying to take this fight. In comes the Earth Monster, and in also comes the Tjipla as the Ayotochli sending people running, and the units will get all eaten up onto this position. So Magic, he's going to get thrown out here, and that's going to have to be a Tempest, of which I think Matador needs to run from. But he's just going to sit inside of it, take it, and I think all of his units here are going to end up getting brutalized. Now Magic is without question in the driver's seat. He is in front on military, he's in front on economy, he is in front on tech. What can Matador do to bring this one back? Up onto this side, trying to find some things to do with the Ocelotl warriors. The Axolotls do end up going down. Magic, he knows he doesn't actually have to win the game here. Very simple game plan for Freyr is get to the Mythic Age without being behind too much on economy. If you get to the Mythic Age and you're in front on economy, well, happy days. As an Asgardian Bastion gets dropped down here, Matador into his shoot and scoop micro, trying to get back. He does have the spike trap onto this position, so that's going to be of some assistance there, as Berserks are going to hit the wood line over here, but there is obviously that Kalpuli sitting there. That's going to be nice, as the traps manage to do a little bit of something there. Is another Tjipla going to come through? Ballistics in though for Matador. One of the difficult things for Norse is generally dealing with an Archer Ball, and that Archer Ball is starting to get constructed here. 16 Eagle Warriors. It's a lot of Eagle Warriors. But there's just way more military for Magic, and Magic doesn't even need to stop when he gets to the main base. He kind of just needs those Rock Giants to be Bergreezy. Upgrading the Rock Giants to be a really big move. He gets in, gets the taunt onto the Eagle Warriors, and Matador, well, he is caught out on the town center, and Magic is looking like he is in fine form right now, just dominating in more ways than one in this game, in this series thus far. He is not making any mistakes, and Matador is just not able to find those advantages. I think the moment Matador showed his hand of Ocelotl Warrior, I think he should have been considering to go straight to the Heroic Age. So you show your hand of Ocelot Warrior, your opponent goes into throwing axemen, and then you go, fantastic, those throwing axemen won't be able to do much. Let's go heroic age, and then we can make our Eagle Warriors and we can put the pressure on. But in amongst all of that, Magic actually got to the heroic age first, which obviously is not ideal there. But a well-played game from Magic for game number 2. He wants this win this week. He is feeling good. He is looking good. Matador, however, he's going to have to pull something out of his hat. It's not been working thus far versus Magic. He's not a player who you can just out-skill. You have to find a different way through a lot of the time. Out-strategize. Force him to make a mistake. Those are the sort of things that you've got to do when you're playing versus the Magic Man. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what game number 3 is going to be bringing us. I think we had a bit of an error. We had a little bit of an error. I think it's our next game is going to be Fushi versus Noir, I think. Currently, Magic has had an emergency. So we are going to have a little cheeky wait. It is Ghost Lake. I can show the bracket if you like. Sure. Let's jump over to the bracket and show you what we're going to be looking at. So yeah, we've got Grass took out Kyber in 4. Ulysses was a no-show, so Garnath went through. Eisomarto took out Hells in 4. Matreiuss took out B in 3. Soup took out Vega in 3. Eric was taken out by Nyan in 3. Magic took out Illuminati in 3. And Matador took out Zucolo in 4. That's the story that I'm running with. Let's jump back over to the draft, though. All right, guys. Ablaze River asks, what are your tips for minimizing tunnel vision while playing? Sorry, tunnel vision / being overwhelmed while playing. I think one of the main things that gets you to the next level is having a game plan. It is actually that simple. What it comes down to is every matchup that your god that you play has should be played differently at the highest of levels. But at the beginner levels, at the intermediate levels, and even at the low tier of what we call the really competitive levels, you can kind of get away with the same game plan in every single matchup if you play it well enough. So my suggestion would be to learn a somewhat universal game plan. So, for example, playing as Poseidon, make sure you work out how to play Hippias plus Centaur in the classical age. Playing as Egyptian, make sure you work out how to do a classical fight, sort of death ball-ish type, sort of barracks army strangle. You want to play as Norse, you want to go for that classical age, full raiding cavalry, throw an axeman, Hersa type thing, but spamming out as much of that favor that you get in from fighting as fast as you can on Valkyrie or on Einherjar or on Trolls or on Draugr. And it goes on and on. The list goes on and on. Basically, the idea is make yourself a classical fight game plan that focuses in on macro. So you don't want to float resources. And that way, if you do that every single game, you can get really used to the states of the game that you're going to be in. And it's going to get a lot easier for you to go, oh, yeah, I've been in this position before where I'm getting attacked on my wood. This happens, right? Okay, I'm getting attacked on my wood. Now I know that that's going to be happening in this position. So now I'm not going to get overwhelmed when it happens because I know it's going to happen. I'm just going to go over there and sort of deal with it. Or I'm going to react and garrison and then go back and put them on later or whatever. Those sorts of things. We did have another question, which was... we do have another question, which is this the last qualifier? We have 2 more qualifiers, or 1 more qualifier after this, excuse me. There's 2 more Titans to be found. So, yeah, 2 more chances for the players remaining. And that's it. Pegasus Rush says, if I lose, I blame enemy god. The actual fact of the matter is, 90, I want to say, I know most statistics are made up on the spot to prove a point, but I want to say this is probably correct. 99% of games are not decided based on god matchup, rather decided based on player skill. It's easy to blame a matchup because you can have, like I said, you can have hard matchups, you can have neutral matchups, and you can have easy matchups. Or you can have, well, maybe the better way to think about it is you have favorable matchups, neutral matchups, and disadvantageous matchups. But even inside of a disadvantageous matchup, those are, again, 90% plus. Somebody makes a pretty crucial mistake along the way, and then they're not able to recover from it. So just don't make a mistake, and you will win. Any very recent, super reliable tier lists on gods to check out? Yeah, the one that says that Greek is good. Anyone that says that Greek is actually a very playable and strong civ right now is probably reliable. Anyone who doesn't is just feeding the propaganda machine. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, there we go. Looks like they are getting ready to go. Happy days. Greek except for Demeter. No, I think Demeter's actually quite good. I'm gonna lock in the Demeter. I wouldn't say Demeter is like a tier god, but B tier at the moment. I think maybe potential to be A tier if you can figure it out. Slingers arrested. Slingers are the worst unit in the game. I'm gonna stay on that train. I am living on that train from now until forever. All right. All right, we're actually off to the races here, guys. For game number 3. Sorry about the delay. Again, there was an emergency, not much we could do about it. But we're going to move in onto Ghost Lake. It's Fuxi versus Nuwa, everyone's favorite map, everyone's favorite matchup. The Chinese mirror has gotten very, very interesting actually recently, so we'll see if that's going to be the case here in this game or not. Very much depends on how the players want to play. Let's jump into Ghost Lake. Alrighty, and off into game number 3 we go. We've got Magic on Fuxi on the left, and we got Nuwa on Matador. No, Matador and Nuwa on the right. It is a double gold mine Ghost Lake, so this is going to be what most people would recognize as a boomy variant of Ghost Lake. But behind the double gold mines in the main base, there's only 2 large gold mines here. So this really does change things. So two large gold mines a player does mean that things like rushing for mythic ages, they can run into trouble here against things like classical fights, things like aggressive heroic age attacks and attempts. One idea for our Nuwa player here from Magic is actually go to Nubar in this one and try and punish a really, really power greeting Nuwa player. So that with the Fuxi idea, bit random, can catch out a Nuwa, and that would have to be on one town center, right? So if the Nuwa goes 2 TC, you rush heroic age, Nubar, and you can use Drought, kill off town center, and basically restrict the Nuwa player into their main base, or even if they pick this town center, restrict them from, well, this gold mine, and you can kill off the main base. So there are a lot of interesting ideas where that's concerned. Meanwhile, we've got the Kwafu Chieftain coming through for Matador, and we'll have to wait and see what Matador's game plans are going to be here, because there's a lot of different ways to play this, but maybe we'll go through some meta plays while we wait. After we check out these relics, we've got the Matreiuss Magay. We got ourselves that Skulls of Cercepes for the extra monkeys. We got I've Onlu here for fire archers, getting a bit stronger in this one. Not really going to be the most useful, I think. And we finally got Tar's Scepter over here with the farms getting a little bit cheaper. So some of the more meta plays for the Chinese mirror would be a 2TC fast heroic. From that, you go into White Horse Cav, and you're looking for a lot of raids. And generally speaking, from my memory of the matchup, granted I haven't played it in a long time, is that Fuxi gets a lot of... Well, Fuxi gets a lot of tempo. Out of the Peach Blossom Spring. And you got to use that tempo to effectively keep the Nuwa player from reaching their late game dream, which is full population Tiger Cav. So it's somewhat of a race to full population Tiger Cav a long time ago. I don't know if that's still the case anymore. Like I said, I haven't played this matchup in quite a while. But when I did play it, it was a race for Tiger Cav. Now, Dao are definitely an option. We're going to be seeing Chi Yao here, which... this isn't a god that I particularly like in this specific matchup, but we'll see how it's going to go as the town center up here for Matador is coming in, and he does get access to this gold mine behind it, also dropping down the clay peasants here, so he can come over and eat this food afterwards as the earth wall is down, and we will have the Cheongqi in onto this position, scouting things out. Takes a couple of arrows to the bum, as it's simply just looking for any value, any villagers to kill, any sort of options. But of course, town centers are up, and we are going to see both players opting into a boomy situation here. Like I said, it's kind of expected because of the double gold mine nature here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a very quick heroic age. But that being said, making a handful of units here to apply pressure as Noir can kind of offset some of the issues that Noir is going to face if this is a power boom towards Tiger Cav. So it might not be a terrible idea here for Matador to open up with a couple of Dow Swordsmen, try and poke pressure over onto the wood, poke pressure in onto the food here. The chicken situation or the berry situation can attack that. Ideas of attacking these caribou as well, as Magic most likely is going to want to be over there. On the flip side, though, Matador, because he's so safe with this this how-to with this earth wall, it kind of gives you a false sense of security that you can kind of sit there and just power grade, right? And in comes the monkeys, and the relic monkeys manage another vill pick. Oh dear. Relic monkeys. What can you do, man? They will all end up dying except for one. You actually do want to delete this final one so you can get the respawn timer started. You're not going to be able... It doesn't start unless they all die. If they all die, then you can get an extra one out. Because up onto the top side, the Cheongchi is still looking for little bits of harassment as that Pioneer is just playing Shu. Keep me away. Feels good. Sort of surprised that Maya Huel's Magay does not get picked up there. As the Yatsa got a little bit of damage done, but did not get any picks. And we'll have to pull back home. There's more Kwafu on the way. So, yeah, this is effectively, we would call this both players power greeding. Both players are spending every little bit of favor on Kwafu here. And the Kwafu, the reason why we see this a lot of the time is because the earlier you get these Kwafu out, the better, basically. So waiting on the Kwafu and going in for some myth units right away and then building Kwafu doesn't really make sense because you're going to be in the same position regardless at, let's just call it 10 minutes. So yeah, you see people doing these sorts of ideas a little bit more. But the question actually is, how many do you go before you don't build any more? So Matador, for the moment, he's got 3. And he's building a 4th one. Magic, on the other hand, he has 6. And he is pumping those out. But the Cheongchi is in and is getting some value, and I actually feel like it wouldn't be a terrible idea here for Matador to actually sacrifice the Cheongchi. He's trying to get this final peasant. Not actually able to do so. Great control there from Magic. Thought he would get the Vill pick. Not able to do so. Anyways, not the end of the world, but Magic definitely feeling like he's got an advantage here, just based on the fact that he's got more Kwafu out. As in comes the Yatsa, and down goes the Yatsa. Another strange idea in this matchup is actually to just go for the 3rd town center very, very early on, especially once you've clicked advance through Gormang. Yes, it slows you down, and this is specifically for Noir, but yes, this slows down your Mythic Age. As you're trying to get to full population Tiger Cav, you don't really want to be slowed down where that's concerned. But if you grab the town center, then your opponent can't prevent you from grabbing that later. They have to come in and actually kill it, which means they have to put pressure on and gives you some more time in actuality to mass up to your own Tiger Cav numbers. But Magic, he's one step ahead of me. He's grabbing his own town center. And potentially here, actually, Matador, he might get the Mythic Age first. I don't know. Is he eating the Peach Blossom Spring? Not eating the Peach Blossom Spring here is a little strange. That being said, because it's 2 large gold mine Ghost Lake, maybe you just want to hold on to it until all the gold's gone, and then mine it for potentially an extra 3,000 gold. But into the main base, those Relic Monkeys, they're in. The Tao Wu is not very happy about this. So the monkeys are coming. And Matador's like, all right, this time I'm not getting caught out. We're shanking you down. Unfortunately, China, unlike Norse and Atlantean, don't really get any favor from killing off those monkeys. But it's definitely a thing, as both players through Gormang, both players getting up their ballet, upgrades coming through as well. And we will see Matador opting for a handful of White Horse Cav to look for some raids early on. And the question is, will Magic do the same? Answer is yes. As Najar coming in onto this side, a couple of Pioneers causing some problems here, as there will be a Zhang Xia, which is a bit of a help here. And the ballet up onto this side for the moment. There are 3 White Horse Cav in here. And Matador is channeling his inner Kavoth here, I'd say, as he waits until he has a handful of them and then says, all right, let's go. And there goes the front forest protection. As Matador, he's got to be thinking, oh, wait, is that a town center up there? It might be. Machine Workshop coming in. The problem with doing this, I think, is that Magic here, I think he's planning to get himself out some siege. And that might find itself having some issues versus a somewhat quick Gong Gong. We'll have to wait and see if that's actually going to be the case. As this Tao Wu, converted by the Sage, ends up going down, up onto the top side here now. The Horse Cavalry looking for any sort of entrance. You can just knock down the walls if you like. They're not that strong. 660 HP is not nothing, but it does end up dying eventually. As the Gong Gong is pre-queued. Villagers here putting up farms. Lots and lots of goats here behind all of this as well. Into the main base though. The White Horse Cavalry are coming through, and Matador, this is him in his element, getting off these raids like this. As the towers are going to come up over onto this side, the Kwafu trying to make a retreat here as these red White Horse Cavalry, they're getting caught out. But he's going straight after the villagers. Any sort of retreat here to try and keep these White Horse Cavalry alive would be huge. Overstays just a little bit. Loses a couple of White Horse Cav. He charges through the berry bushes. Always dangerous there. If you know, you know. But the lightning weapons finishes up. Villagers in the main base. Garrison as well. There's so much gold in the bank there for Matador. I know it hurts, but sometimes it is worth it to just buy 100 food. As in comes now the siege crossbows. And Matador, he is in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to be getting himself his hooves of the wind. Chasing the sun also coming through. As the White Horse Cav back in to try and hit villagers in the main base. Got to be careful with that Tao Wu on the front there. That getting stolen by the Sage and then charging in to take out the siege crossbows can be a bit of an issue. And in comes the Tao Wu actually from Matador. As he will also drop the forest protection onto the ballet. Definitely doesn't want to be losing that one. But sooner or later, there will be this Gong Gong. And there will be a very, very powerful Great Flood here. As Magic trying to take out the Tao Wu. Tao Wu does have that special ability, but does not drop it. And Matador back into his safety here. Look at the difference in military. It is literally the difference of a Mythic Age. And Magic, he is about to be able to click up. The big problem is all of these White Horse Cavalry are going to become useless in this game once the Tiger Cav start coming in. Magic's being pushed back. Heavy Cav is in. Ballet coming through for... No ballets for Matador just yet. Bit surprised not to see like 3 or 4 ballets getting put down. The big issue for Matador is actually he hasn't secured this gold mine or this town center. Yes, he's behind on villagers by quite a bit. So he's going to have to find some way to equalize with his Tiger Cav, basically. He's going to be getting himself the Rising Tide technology, trying to deal with this Tau for the time being. There's the Tiger Cav. Will take a long time to come out of this ballet for Matador. Matador's actually finished up on this gold mine as well. There's still 2,700 gold tier, 200 gold tier. Villagers into the main base going down as Matador looking for some counter raids over here, but this is not really the same amount of value. It's now 97 villagers to 61. Absolutely crazy, the differential for the moment here. Ballet up onto this left side as well, as Magic's going to be grabbing this. He's still got himself that Peach Blossom Spring there as well, so there's going to be a lot coming for him as the Kuafu are making... Oh, no. The Kuafu are... How dangerous can you get? In come the Kuafu. In come the White Horse Cavalry. You have to turn around and fight this. There is a dragon here. There's also going to be access to the Great Flood, which he drops down. But behind this, in comes a very scary dragon. There are the heroes, though. They can deal with the dragon. The hero Kuafu there as well, trying to get that all up and dealt with. But the Kuafu over here getting picked off. And Matador losing everything. He's not able to get the ballet down. The dragon is down to 900 HP and Matador will tap out. I don't think he needed to tap out. Yes, he's down a ton. But here's the problem. It's militarily speaking, all he has to do is kill this. He's got all the gold in the world. He doesn't have any food. That's the problem. He's got 0 food income at the moment. He needs to set up about 40 farms. I guess it is very, very difficult for him here. But, what a brutal Ying Long from Magic. Just taking all those Kuafu out, and he just could not do anything there. I mean, we talked about it, but this was a very, very different finishing move from Magic. He's going to set up his trade route. He's got himself all these farms starting up. He's still got the Peach Blossom Spring, so he's still got a big amount of boostage in this game. But Magic wins in 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very, very solid showing from him. He's going to be heading into the semifinals and finals tomorrow. Let's check out the bracket, see who's going to play, and we are way ahead of schedule here, so we'll see if our next matchup is ready or not, but we might need to have a break until that all happens. But let's check out the bracket and see who Magic is potentially going to have to face tomorrow. Alrighty, so Magic is going to go on to face either Soup or Nyan Racing Cat. And then, of course, Eisomarto, Matreiuss, or Grass Garnath next. And it does look like Nyan and Soup are ready. So we're going to have a quick 5-minute break. And we'll be back with our second series shortly. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzin Smashers will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a A nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the Heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go up to the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights, and now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster, but immediately Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out, and now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall, and this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think, because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the Heroes can come in, chasing the one unit away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus cav. They're going to get through those cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, time for game number 2. First one was a very solid 3-0 from Magic. He's looking in fine form. But both of these players, this playoff that's going to be coming up next year, we've got Super Nyan. Neither of these players have dropped a game just yet. So one of them will, without doubt, have to drop their perfect record. I don't know if these guys have met each other through the years of Retold thus far, but let's check out their head-to-head and see how things are going to go. So they have played quite a bit, actually, over the years, and Soup has had the advantage winning 2 series to 0 actually. But the last most recent series they played was in the Champions League Season 4 losers bracket round 1. Round 1. So there's not much separating these two, apparently, according to the recency. Now, that was obviously over or nearly a year ago. They haven't met each other since, but over a year ago. So quite a lot of stuff has changed since Champions League Season 4. We've had Pandora's Box 2. We've had a bunch of different patches. We've had DLCs released. The whole kit and caboodle. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what Nyan Racing Cat is going to be able to do here, if he's actually going to be able to make the shenanigans. Let's jump over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for this series. Alrighty, so another you, another me, another game. Soup and Nyan here. Kronos and Matreiuss bands from Soup. I think those are somewhat targeted at Nyan, because Nyan very solid with those two gods. Nyan's just banning out the Whistler, Potchley, and Thor. I don't think Nyan's got a super good read on the Soup god pool at the moment. Thor is definitely at the bottom of his list, without question. Sure, he'll pick it if he needs to, but it's not going to be one of his priorities in the slightest. Soup grabs the Quetzalcoatl first and foremost. Then, of course, Gaia Tezcatlipoca for Nyan. Then the new Wafu Shi from Soup. Set Susanol from Nyan. Odin Shinong from Soup. Tsukiyomi Poseidon from Nyan. And then the Uranus from Soup. Well, our first map is going to be Shenong versus Susanol. So not a simple matchup for either of these guys. Shenong has got to have to play a very defensive game. Soup loves power greeting, and you can get caught out against the Susanol aggression very, very easily if you're not careful. Very, very easily. So you do have to really be switched on as to when you can spam out those Kwafu, when you should stop and maybe start saving favor for, say, an extra god power usage, or say for some extra myth units, or even just to not spend the favor in general and be able to save that gold that would otherwise be going into Kwafu. Susanol, on the other hand, like I said, lots of aggressive options. You can go for Inari or Kami here, which is has fallen a little bit out of favor, but it's still really strong. And you can go for Minakata Tomi. The reason why Inari or Kami has fallen out of favor is the game plan for Minakata Tomi is just looking a little bit simpler. And sometimes simple is key. Sometimes simple is just better. Because you know what's going to happen. You know the sort of ways through. If you go for Inari or Kami, you can kind of go into more of a chaotic game state. But that's also where Nyan sort of functions the best. So I guess I wouldn't be surprised to see him go that way. And if he does decide to go for the Swampland route, for the Kitsune route, I have to assume that he's going to be looking for a lot of raiding opportunities. And we'll talk about it more in the actual game, but there's a couple of units you really need to avoid in this matchup as the Susanol. So let's jump into game number 1 here. We'll break down the matchup as we go through, but it's Nyan, it's Soup, it's playoff 4. Let's check out Blue Lagoon. Alrighty, off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is the biggest brain in Age mythology himself, Mr. Ace's HUSKSUPPE. Well, from the Aces team, Mr. HUSKSUPPE. And he is going to be playing some Shenong for us in game number 1. In the left-hand corner of the map, the man refusing to ever play a stock standard game of Age mythology in a tournament I host. His name is Nyan Racing Cat. He's a man who loves a good cheese as much as the rest of us, but I think maybe even more. Nyan and cheese, there's nothing that really goes together quite like those two. Nonetheless, we will see how things are going to go here as the game progresses along. Let's check out some relics here. Up onto the top side, there is the Pygmalion's statue, which is villagers' hit points plus 40%. Onto the right side, there is the arrows of the Alpha, which is damage of melee attack and ranged attack, plus 15% of base. Over onto this side, there is the System of Bast, which is villagers' food, wood, and gold cost, minus 15%. And onto the bottom side of the map, there is the Archimedes' Ledger, making siege and Kinemetz population usage, -1. So, I said in the pregame here that there are a couple of units you got to be really careful not to build here as Japan versus both Shenong and Nuwa. And the units you want to be careful not to build are, number 1, the Yumi Archer, and number 2, the Yati Spearman. Now, don't build Yati Spearman for obvious reasons. There's not really going to be that many cavalry units getting built, at least till later in the game. And when cavalry gets built, chances are you can build the Yati Spearman. Yumi Archers, on the other hand, there's just not a good reason to build them. That's number 1. Yes, you can take out halberdiers with them, but you can't really kill off the Dao Swordsman because they're kind of more of a destroyer type unit than say a hoplite type unit. But the more pressing issue is that there is going to be a threat throughout the entirety of the middle of the game of you getting blown up by Fey Beasts. So then you'll say, boy, what do I build then if I can't build Yumi Archers or Yati Spearmen? Well, the answer is quite simple. You build yourself Yumi Horse Archer, you build yourself Samurai, you build yourself Naginata Rider. Any of those 3 are perfectly fine. Bushi as well are perfectly fine to build because they don't die to the Fey Beasts. So we'll see how things are going to go as Soup opts in to a how-to option here, which he might be kicking himself with that one. But he does have a very, very nice town center over here. And the reason I say he might be kicking himself with it is how-to is better versus Inari Okami, and Chi Yao is better versus Minakata Tomi. Actually, you know what? No, I take that back. I think that Chi Yao is better versus both, but how-to is a lot more consistent, I think, versus Inari Okami. That's what you want it because it stops those Kitsune raids and things like that. Anyways, Shrine of the Hunt is now down for Nyan in his main base. He is ready to play a somewhat standard opening here. He does go for the double stables, though, to kick this one off, as in comes Earthwall in the main base. Earthwall in the main base, protecting everything from those Naginata Rider raids. And Soup, behind all of this, does have access to the farms if he wants to. So he can very, very simply put up some hidden villages if he needs to. If he gets attacked here too early, he should be fine. The only issue is these Naginata Riders are coming, and Soup is going to need to get himself units out very, very quickly to prevent himself from losing a lot of units on, say, this gold mine or something like that. As in come the Naginata Riders now. Town center is up. Nyan is left going, what do I do next? Wouldn't mind seeing, yep, military camp going up is totally fine. Up onto the top side, here comes the one Yudo and the Naginata Riders, as the pioneers are in there to cause a little bit of revenge harassment. You can also bring in a Kwafu or a villager to repair those walls up if necessary. As up onto the top side, the Kwafu gets nudged away as some halberdier are going to start coming through. Up onto this side now. Going to be hitting the temple, actually, with the 1 Euro. As the Pioneers need to make the long trek around to try and deal with all this. As in comes the Shenong farms. I don't mind this usage, but I think I would have liked to see Soup on this gold mine with the farms protecting the gold mine. And that just protects him from the Naginata Rider raids, and he can actually be on a second gold mine rather than having himself kind of in a difficult spot a little bit later on. But nonetheless, he does need to invest a lot into those Prosperous Seeds farms, so he can do that a little bit later if necessary. There's Nyan riding down to the bottom side of the map, swinging around here, checking out the gold mine and all that other good stuff that is on this position. Up onto this side there, the 1 Euro does get sent packing and indeed will get taken out. And, well, that's a big win there actually for Soup, because Nyan, he says, I heard horse is good, let me just build horse. But horse is only as good as the pathways built for the horse to ride through. And at the moment, there isn't anywhere for it to really go. And the 1 Euro is the unit that can open up those pathways. Another military camp on the way. The Cheongchi gets pulled away after getting just a little bit of harassment in as this bottom side walls. Well, they're not going to go down anytime soon. You can get... Putting 5 Naginata Riders onto a wall is quite nice, but if you don't pay attention, yeah, you got off nearly 200 HP worth of damage, but you lost a Naginata Rider there. As into the middle of the map. Silo up. Zebra. Going to be getting eaten. And Soup. Time to wander forward. Time to try and defend himself. Got to be careful not to throw away units up here, though. A big fight right now might seem like a good idea, but in comes the Kusanagi. The Naginata Riders are going to be still trying to take things out at home as the Cheongchi goes down. There's only a handful, not even a handful, there's only 2 halberdiers here. More halberdiers are going to be coming through, and Soup throwing away some very much needed units here as the Kitsune are getting sniped. We've got the 1 Euro getting pulled back. Is the Miko going to go down next, it looks like? Does it end up falling? Yes, she does. More Naginata Riders are going to be coming around from the top here. I need to turn this on as the Bushido Tier 2 is about to come through. And this means an extra 50, or is it 40? An extra 50 favor for Nyan to spam out 1 Euro or whatever else he wants here. As now in comes Hand Axe, and now going to be seeing more Bushi, even also some Yumi Archers here. And look at the gold from Soup, though. He is floating tons of it. He is still pumping out Kwafu at the moment. Now up onto this position, and I talked about it already. It's so hard to remember to do this unless you are unless you're playing like a bunch of Shenong. Now, I know that Soup has been, so I'm a bit surprised to see him not do it, but silo here, for example, and then farm on the corner and on the corner into Prosperous Seeds makes this really, really defensible. But that being said, 1 wall up and it's perfectly defensible as well. As now in comes the Crushing Waves. A couple more Kitsune to come through, as well as a 1 Euro, speeding up the army, making it very, very strong. The problem with this attack is Soup on the second gold mine, plenty of gold in the bank. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a heroic age. And with a heroic age comes that brutal Bay Beasts. As an armory gets dropped over here, it does get scouted. The halberdiers are in. And I guess also behind this, there's no real problem in keeping on building those Javelineers to take out things like Bushi to get even more value from the Fey Beasts that is coming. Rasho on the way. And let's have a quick look at how many Kwafu Soup has built. He has 12. 12! Peasants getting picked off as they will pull back. A couple of units dying here as they're trying to retreat into the main town center, but Soup has got literally no problems dropping a couple of buildings. Even losing the town center here isn't the worst thing in the world, because Soup can just continue to move backwards. As long as he doesn't lose this gold mine, he can continue to just sit back until he hits heroic age, and then he's going to be in such a good position here. The only real thing that's a worry is the lack of pioneers, as those will get sniped down by the Bushy while this fight is coming in. Military camp on the front with the tower attachment ends up going down. More units starting to trickle in. How many heroes are here? One Bushy is not going to cut it, though. That being said, maybe the one Udor might, as in comes the heroic age from Soup. Soup going to try and poke down those one Udor. He can also get himself out more pioneers, and inside of the Imperial Academy, there is going to be that Jiangxia available, as in comes the Fey Beasts and say good night to the majority of those Yuumi archers. There's only a handful remaining. The pioneers, not the pioneers, the Javelineers need to get on top of those, but they will be able to do so, and this army from Soup is so devastatingly strong. There is nothing left for Nyan to do but tap out as the Susanoo gets disposed of very, very easily here from Soup. I was warning you. Yuumi archers, that is a scary unit to build versus Shennong. Very, very scary. Samurai, a lot less scary. There's plenty of food. You've got map control if your opponent is on 2 TCs. Get out onto that food. Make Samurai. Make Naginata Rider. Make Onimusha as well. And this Fey Beast doesn't really do anything. And you're good to actually continue in this aggressive approach. But really well played from Soup for this first game. He is also, I mean, he's been playing so well for this entire tournament. He either crashes and burns really, really badly, or he looks unstoppable. So far, one game down, one unstoppable Soup, it looks like. And Nyan, well, he's going to be in for a long day at the office if he's going to continue along the ways that he's been going in that first game. That's his first loss in this qualifiers, actually, I think, because I think this is, what did he play last week? I can't remember. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. All right, looks like the next map is going to be on Ghost Lake, and Soup is going to be continuing with his new ways, but Nyan, he is going into a god that is very, very strong at the moment, I would say. I don't know exactly what the stats are on it, but Poseidon has been incredibly successful in recent memory in this tournament. So we'll see what Nyan's going to be able to come up with, but we already sort of know Soup wants a second town center. Not easy to do versus Poseidon, but possible. But then he also needs to get sorted out on food and everything else after that. So again, lots of problems definitely can come along in this matchup. Let's now jump in to game number 2 on the map Ghost Lake and talk about it. Let's go Ghost Lake. we go into game number 2, the second Chinese pick for Soup. I believe he has all 3 of them in his draft. Am I incorrect about that? No, he's got 3 Chinese gods in his draft, and I've definitely been talking with Soup, or at least a little bit here and there. And every time I talk to him, I'm like, man, your Chinese is so strong, so solid. You got to back yourself with China. And I think he has been backing himself. He's been going, yep, let's go into my style. He's been playing for the power greed. It's been working out for him. Only issue is when you go up against Poseidon. Now, Poseidon's slightly different to that Susanoo, especially Minakata Tomi Susanoo. Slightly different here. Hermes, fast advance, early pressure, hitting gold mines, putting pressure on, stopping second town centers. Soup probably here is going to need to drop a military camp before he goes for his second town center. So we'll see. We'll see if that's what he's going to do. Otherwise, he could get into some trouble because Nyan, he is very much going for one of the fastest advances you could possibly do here with Poseidon. You can probably go 1 villager faster. Probably you can kind of get a 12 villager advance or a 13 villager advance. But he's going to go 1 villager more than super duper fast, and he's going to be off the races. On the flip side, Soup, he is going to be advancing. Is he going at the same time? Slightly slower. Yes, the same sort of advance time from Soup as he moves on to the back wood line with these peasants, which actually allows him to take the Kwafu hero off and put it onto this gold mine. For the moment, his temple is out of position to some degree. And Soup is kind of, like I said, he loves to do this thing. Like, I'm just going to keep on calling it power greeding until someone tells me it's something different. He loves to do this power greeding thing, and inside of that, sometimes you can get these temples placed a little bit awkwardly. Even if it was placed over here, in between the berries and stuff on this side, it's still open to get attacked. On this side, however, it's right in the front, and I have to imagine that Nyan is going to target this down. It's 300 resources, easy to kill, and we are going to be seeing the Kwafu hero making its way to drop the town center immediately. On the flip side, Nyan is grabbing Zhurang on the map. There's other relics here as well. They've got the Kui Drum for the heroes to get some extra damage done as they lose hit points. There's also going to be adamantine shingles there as well. And Tawara, Todder's last arrow, which is 0.2 extra range attack damage. But divine damage there. Down comes the earth wall. Town center will be up. There's back Caribou here. And surely we see Nyan. Was he just going to go straight for the town center himself? This is slightly strange, I'd have to say, as the centaur gets sent away, not able to get any damage done. No Hippias out. So no early game threat to say pick off the temple or force out some units here or whatever. There's just nothing at the moment from Nyan. He didn't even get himself out the Atalanta. As the wood coming through, gold villages now get pulled off, moving up to the top town center, and it's going to be both players playing a boomy game this time. Stable goes up as well. While this is all going on, nope, town center first and then stable. There's just not going to be any real pathway forward here for Nyan to get any real damage done. Apart from the temple, which is obviously damage. You definitely want to kill that off if you can. But generally speaking, if you do have the plan to go for a fast second town center as Poseidon, you should just drop it straight away. Like, advance 1 more villager later and just drop it straight away. But anyways, the stable now up. Can start making himself hippiest and looking for that pressure. Of course, this top town center does have Caribou on the back, so Nyan can look to drop the lure down here as well. Not a terrible idea. He's actually going to drop it on the town center. That's a bit strange. I think this is very safe. No real need to even worry about what Soup is doing. Soup's got himself the military camp up just in case, but it's clear to me all Soup wants is a heroic age. There's a world here we're going for a big classical age push. Makes a lot of sense. Dow swordsman, maybe some halberdiers as well wouldn't go astray. But it does make sense. Fire archers if it ends up being some hoplites coming through. On the flip side for Nyan, I don't really know what he should do here. Making Hippias doesn't really make sense. I guess trying to power greed for the Mythic Age and Hephaestus timings while applying pressure with Hippias makes sense. But Nyan actually idle town center time. This is so brutal. I don't know exactly why. I think he's just bought husbandry and yeah, there you go. He just got a huge amount of food in one go there. Okay, I will bring up this. I was going to ignore it. I'm pretty sure the storehouse is placed correctly. He just has to click and the villagers will run through and be in a good spot. But Nyan doesn't want to do it. He's too busy focusing on other stuff. Archery range now coming down for Nyan as he does see the military camps and the halberdier. More halberdier are coming in as Nyan's going to be trying to find something to take out. I mean, you're going to charge up to the top. You can take out the halberdier here. No problems where that's concerned. But there will be a heroic age behind this. Look at the crazy eco that this new war has at the moment. 41 to 32 villages. Equal on military. And he is going to be heading to the heroic age. That there is a very, very large advantage. As the Hippias get in, and they do manage to snipe one Kwafu here. Question is there going to be enough time to actually take it out or not? One Hippias gets pulled back. The silo gets deleted and Soup keeps that one alive. Hippias back in onto this side. I'm sure Soup can just turn and throw some big boulders at it before getting back to work. It's up onto the top side. It does get sniped down. No escaping there for Nyan Racing Cat. As behind all of this, he's making Toxotes. He's making Hippias. I think he needs that heroic age. But Soup is looking so dominant at the moment. And come the Hippias trying to scratch down these earth walls. And the reaction from Soup is, okay, I'll get a couple more military camps down, and your Hippias are going to start getting smacked. Spirited charge on the way. More Toxotes here. As I guess there is the answer to a potential... Oh. Well, that's game 2. Not sure what's going on with that resignation. Not sure what's going on with that resignation. Not very happy with that one. But Soup gets the win. Was that a disconnect? Nope. Okay. Literally just resigned. All right. Let's go back to the drafting menu. Sorry about that, guys. Alrighty, game number 3. We might be in for a pretty short day here, guys. Everyone wants to just get 3-0'd and we just move into day 2. Ugh. All right, let's sit back and wait for this next game. Where to watch Matador versus Magic? They already played. You can watch it on this stream, on this VOD. Just rewind it back to the start of the stream. Why not take the time to go over the tournament rules? Which rules do you need going over? Where can I download the Gameathlon maps? You can download them on the mod store. Just type Gameathlon into the mod store and it should come up. Right, so the players who are qualified for Gameathlon thus far are the Mr., Garnath, and Rapple from previous S tier tournament wins through the first couple years of Retold. Then we have from qualifier 1 was Recon, qualifier 2 was Tunison, qualifier 3 was Moscow. So there are 6 players qualified at the moment. All right, guys, it's time for game number 3. Let's jump into step and see what it's going to be. And off to the races we go into the right-hand corner of the map. Soup playing as Odin is going to be doing his tried and true fast temple opening. Nyan, on the other hand, does decide to pick set for game number 3. First 2 games have not gone quite how Nyan would have liked here. It's looking a little bit lost on the Chinese matchup. Not being able to make it work with his Susanoo. Not going to be able to make it work. Not being able to make it work with his Poseidon. We'll see what Nyan is going to be able to come up with here against the Soup Odin. Lots of players have been struggling versus this god of Soup. Soup has been able to apply early game pressure, find the economic advantage, sit on the economic advantage, and then find wins versus a lot of different people. That being said, if there's a god that can make life difficult for Soup here, it's set. So, I guess we'll see how it's all gonna go as the relics are gonna start getting cleaned up. Soup has already spotted one. Matreiuss Magay here. Gonna pick that up. A couple more relics on the map. Onto the bottom side of the map, there is the nose of the Sphinx there with an extra 15% hit points for houses. Shenong's Okra Whip over here as well for plow and irrigation. Getting an extra 5% per upgrade. And into the center of the map, there is Bone Shards of Mictlan. For an extra 2 favor if you do happen to lose a myth unit. Or a trainable myth unit, I should say. So now, normally what we see here from the Egyptians, and I would say what Soup would struggle the most against, is what I like to call death ball Egyptian play. So that's basically you're going to try and get yourself your Wadgets or your Anubites, Spearman, Axeman, Slinger, and you just try and get yourself as fast as you possibly can to 145-ish population, maybe more. And you just look to control the entirety of the map and strangle the Norse on the second gold mine. It can be very, very tough for the Odin if they get into that sort of position. And we are going to be seeing dart, so there will be options of going for those Wadgets if need be. Alternatively, it could just be for the Super Axeman and things like that. Wouldn't be surprised to see Soup going, there it is, Heimdall. And looking for his early damage, as he does see the Bone Shards of Mictlan in the middle of the map, and he's going to happily pick that up to miss the relic up onto the top side, as this Raven is going to continue searching around here, and it will actually reveal it eventually. So Soup might be able to find himself the advantage, so to speak, as this Berserk coming in says hello there to the villager, who angrily shanks the Berserk away. And Soup, with the Odin regeneration rate, is going to go back up to full HP very, very quickly here. So now in comes the barracks. And there is no scout on this, actually, from Soup, which is normally he likes to get that undermine in, but he doesn't have the advance time that he would normally like. So both of these barracks are going to be going up. Some spearmen getting built out here from Nyan. Normally, you like to see Axemen as fast as possible, I would say, as set, so you can have access to something that deals with HUSKSUPPE immediately. But straight into Spearman is also fine, because you're going to look to utilize the speed advantage of those 5.3 Spearmen to get some early game damage done, as the spy or vision gets dropped down, and Nyan will see everything in this main base from back villages here, dwarves over on this side, and another longhouse from Soup now coming down. Meanwhile, the straggler house, random house getting dropped down. To some degree, this is just a bait from Soup, though. Soup, he's not going to mind this in the slightest. He's like, kill off my house, it's fine. No problems. He's going to have all the time in the world to maybe move across the map and make something else happen here. And Soup did reveal this top relic, but is he sending something up there to grab it? Nope. This is still continuing to come up, as he's going to sit in the middle of the map. Generally speaking, I would say Norse has the advantage here to move out onto secondary hunt early on versus Egyptians. Definitely versus some other gods, it can be a little bit more tricky, like versus Anubis or Bas can be a little bit more tricky, because the myth units can come in and raid you and kill your villagers off very, very quickly. But versus Ptah, there's not really much in the way of problems that you have to deal with. Soup getting up some more houses. He doesn't have himself safeguard just yet, but Rigsdula is in. As Nyan now says, time for some slingers. More spearmen. He still doesn't have access to any axemen here, so Hamask gonna be in soon, and Soup will have some very scary berserks to have to deal with here. And surely Nyan will see that and say, okay, fine, we'll make some axemen. But I know Nyan loves his spearmen. Random spearmen up onto the top here, causing some problems, as the army from Nyan says, now it's time to go. He is catching Soup out a little bit, and he hasn't spent all of his resources. Generally speaking, being behind on military resource value as Norse at this stage of the game is not what you want. But nonetheless, in come the Berserks, as the Ironry will blow that horn, devastating to the Spearmen on the front. The Slingers don't know what they're doing in this fight. There's not a single throwing axeman out here. And Nyan will pull back, and Berserk does end up falling, and we'll start to see some raiding cavalry joining in here as the Einery tanking up onto the front side there. Does have that horn yet again, blows that for even more damage. Soup has been using this manually so far. And he's also going to get himself that yellow horn behind this, a mask as well. And Nyan, after the first fight, has been shooed away. Surprised actually to see the yellow horn. Doesn't really give a whole lot of anything to the Einery at 5 HP, 15 HP. Of course, the horn is going to be a bit more useful, but an extra Einery is going to be incredibly key for Soup moving forward. There's Nyan on the back here. Wadget's coming in. Axeman coming through. Armory coming up onto the top there for Nyan. And Nyan probably does need to get himself some priests in, as well as... I mean, there's probably an angle here where going into gazelles isn't a terrible idea. He's sort of pushed off of the map because he lost that first fight, but going into gazelles from the Pharaoh could be okay, as Nyan trying to find some value here with those slingers as the Einery gets that big horn blown, but this is not the fight that you would normally expect to see from Soup. He doesn't really need to do a whole lot. Breaking down exactly where Norse completely devastates the Egyptian army is at full population. Very tough for this Egyptian army to win versus a full population Norse. And look at all the gold mines in the center of the map. This is very simple from Soup to play. He just has to get vision on everything, sit back, relax, and catch any sort of attempts for any sort of raids coming in, as the slingers will get a little bit of chip damage off there. And Soup drags them out as in comes the raiding cavalry trying to catch them out here. Does manage to get onto the back line of them as the Berserk's onto the front. Nice attempt here from Soup as Nyan very much outside of his base here. Throwing Axeman, devastating those Axemen there as well. But the Urso go down with 2 Wadgets here. You might want to consider pulling back. There are the Berserks, which are going to get bonus damage versus mid units, though. That's going to be enough. Bonus damage versus mid units from that Hamask technology. And Soup just simply wanders in, dominates the army as well, walks away with 50 favor, and he can now get himself some more Einherry in if he wants. We are seeing some random spearman raids for the moment, as Soup has a pretty hefty villager advantage, and we'll simply just say, I'll take the damage, no problems. Villagers now moving forward onto this next gold mine, as Soup sees this and goes, okay, well, let's look for another fight here. The game can end on this next fight here, probably for both players to some degree. Soup has got the advantage, though, where he doesn't actually need to force a fight, whereas like Nyan has to sort of sit here and keep on balling up until he can catch up on military. Soup going to get himself a market, maybe for some selling, more Einherry to come through. He can spend all those resources. There's probably no way that Nyan can defend here. The best bet for Nyan is to get survival equipment and then be ready to utilize his villagers as part of his army in order to try and hold on. The desperation from Nyan to get something in his making hyena. These are technically free units. Plus favor, 4 favor for how much damage is it? 3.9 hack damage per second, 45 HP. Not a lot at all. As Nyan, he is trying to move forward here. Soup's a little bit wary of what's going on, but I'm pretty sure with that amount of Einherry here, there's not a whole lot that Nyan can do. And Soup says, alrighty, let's just go in. He just converts a massive amount of villagers into Berserks here, and the Einherry just continuing to blow their horns. Absolute devastation on the army of Nyan Racing Cat as Soup is going to walk towards the fastest of 3-0s I think I've seen ever in tournament. That there is what we call absolute and total domination from an Age Mythology player. Soup shows off his Odin yet again. This is a god to be scared of when Soup is at the helm. Nyan came into this one going, all right, fantastic. We've got the Egyptian versus Norse matchup. Sorry to say, it's not simple. This is not a free win for Egyptian anymore. Norse has got a lot of power. I think the big mistake here that Nyan made is not being one with, oh, I have to build axemen first. Those spearmen, they don't do a whole lot versus berserks, versus Hursa. Axemen do. Those slingers, to be completely honest, are useless. The only real reason for them to be out is if your opponent has got thrown axemen, of which Soup didn't really have many on that first fight. So the army that Nyan went with to kick the game off, where was it? Let's have a look at the timeline. This first fight right here, Nyan had the military resource advantage. It just didn't matter, partly because the Pharaoh wasn't there as well, but it didn't matter because he didn't have axemen and he had slingers instead. So a well-constructed win from Soup, and a well-constructed win from Soup for the entirety of this series. We'll be seeing him play tomorrow. Let's check out the bracket and see who he's going to play as we jump over to that. So yes, it will be Soup versus Magic tomorrow. I think that's a rematch. I think they played each other once, and it did go to 5 games, and Soup managed to win that series. So Magic is going to be looking for revenge where that's concerned. Our next matchup is going to be Garnath versus Grass. Unfortunately, I do not see Garnath in just yet, so we're going to go to a short message from our sponsors. Not that we have any, but a short message from our sponsors, which is the highlights. I'll see you guys shortly. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Garnath will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cav to come through. And there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Kontarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, what are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave. That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3k versus 3k units are falling. But the Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another. There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from that Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with, I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately, Soup just says, no problems. Let me just kill it. The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one Yudo away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus cav. They're going to get through those cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive, and Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. And I think Mosca not only held that, but he came out way in front. The longer Grass waits, the stronger this Aztec army becomes. As the Hursa splitting off, coming up onto the top. There goes the flaming weapons. As these Hursa are late to the party, but they're going to be coming in nonetheless. Can drop down some buildings as well if he wants to stop them from getting away from here. So the cavalry are a long way away. The wall a long way away as well, but Eisomarto, he's getting that one taken out by Grass as Grass prevents the retreat there as well. Now the speed walking from the Eagle Warrior reinforcements to get everyone back home, but the villagers onto this side now. So ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of an update. I have not been able to get a hold of Garnath just yet. The game was technically scheduled for 1800 GMT. It is currently 1600 GMT because we just had 2 series finish in literally 2 hours, which is basically not seen before. I think this is the first. I've never seen this. So I'm not exactly sure what to do. I think the best bet here is going to be. Oh no! I have a ping from Garnath. Okay, so I'm going to give them another 5 minutes to get their draft sorted. Sorry for the delay. We're going to head back over to the highlights and get drafting. See you guys soon. Huitzilopochtli incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. as he's breaking through the center. There is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help be stabilized. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now, well, Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grass will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Kontari. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights, and now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster, but immediately Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out, and now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunderson, he's going to lose everything. Townsend's going to fall, and this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think, because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one unit away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our shenanigans here. Gameathlon Athens. Road to Athens, actually. Gameathlon Road to Athens. Playoff 4, round of 8. We've got ourselves a day of domination, it looks like. 3-0 from Magic, 3-0 from Soup. The question is, are we going to continue this same trend? And, well, I would like to hope not, because if that is the case, then we're gonna have to have a little bit of a break in between the Matreiuss Eisomarto series, as Eisomarto has still got an hour or two of work remaining. So hopefully we get a competitive series here between Grass and Garnath. But Grass has been on an absolute tear in this tournament thus far. He is happily playing all of the non-DLC gods. He's been having wins with the Greeks. He's been having wins with the Norse. He's been having wins with the Atlantean. I can't remember if he's found any wins with the Egyptian, but I don't know. But he's definitely been having a lot of good times, so to speak. Garnath, on the other hand, to be honest, he's been incredibly high level. He's been winning a lot of games and forcing a lot of games to game 5. So, for example, last week, Garnath took Matador to 4 games. He lost in 4. The week before that, he took B to 5 games. And then the week before that, Garnath took Recon to 5 games. So the big thing here for Garnath is actually, this is, I think, his first round of 8. He hasn't been able to get to a round of 8 before. This is his first round of 8, but he's back into this issue of him having to play a very, very strong player. Now, of course, every player is very strong, but what I mean by that is he's technically up against the top seed for this qualifier. And that's been where he's been having trouble. It's been trouble against the highly rated, highly anticipated players. But Garnath is in tune with the DLC gods, and I think that's where Grass has a lot of issues. Let's jump over to the head-to-head. I don't think they've played each other before, but I could be wrong. Let's check out if that's the case or not. And as I expected, there is no games between these two. So Grass doesn't know what to expect. Garnath doesn't know what to expect. I mean, they do know from what they've seen thus far. They've seen they've seen each other playing other players, but nobody plays your style. You're the one who plays your style. So seeing is very, very different to versing. And in a clash of styles, I don't know who comes out in front here. It can be either way. Grass is going to be really confident here. He's been playing really good Age Mythology. I think he is the only player to have won a game in the finals, but not qualified. Wrap your head around that. He's the only player to have won a game in the finals in this qualifications series, in these playoffs. Only player, but not have qualified. What does that actually mean? Well, he lost 4-1. The other 2 finals were 4-0s. Yeah, the finalists have not been very high quality. That's for sure. No, I'm just kidding. It's been a scary thing for sure. Let's jump over to the draft and see what we're going to be seeing for game number 1 here and for the rest of this series. Alrighty, we've got ourselves a very spicy draft here. Not surprised from the Grass draft, not exactly surprised from the Garnath draft, but let me just walk you through it slowly. Huitzilopochtli ban, Tezcatlipoca ban from Grass. Garnath on the other side says, what if we just get rid of Hades? Budapest is in. If we just get rid of Hades, we don't have to deal with that Hades on Budapest. Maybe that's a way to go. I kind of like that decision from Garnath because it opens up that Chronos pick a little bit. Loki ban as well. That's more of an angled ban at Grass. We also see Grass picking up Gaia. Garnath then says, give me Quetzalcoatl and Odin. For those of you who don't know Garnath, he is actually a Norse player, I think. It's kind of a little bit, I don't really know a lot about Garnath, but I know that he plays a mean Norse. So him picking Odin does two things. One, it gives him a god that he's comfortable with. Two, it takes Odin away from Grass, and Grass's Odin is nasty. Grass's Loki is nasty as well. So this draft from Garnath thus far is looking very, very well thought out. Grass then picks Urano's Freyr. Not surprised at those picks. Grass loves his Atlanteans, been having a huge amount of success with the Atlanteans. And, well, of course, he's going to pick both of those first. But he does leave the Chronos there. So instead of going full Atlantean, he picks up that Freyr and at least gives himself a Norse. Garnath then says, fantastic, I'm going to go into Nuwa and Amaterasu. Now, Garnath has shown, and in part of the sort of power of Nuwa, that he has a very specific Chinese. And it's very specific inside of Nuwa. And I'm excited to watch him play that because it's a very, very different Nuwa than what you see from someone like, say, Mr. HUSKSUPPE. Then we see Grass with the Thor Isis picks towards the end. Isis on Budapest, I mean, maybe. Jump straight onto the gold as you start, drop 2 docks immediately, grab the middle water, and then you somehow compete. I don't know. Grass's Isis was not looking super crash hot the other day, though. But against Kyber it was, right? Not looking super crash hot against Kyber. Nonetheless, the draft is drafted. Let me see if these guys have kicked their game off. I know that they were just discussing pings and things like that. They have not started, so let me continue along my shenanigans here. Gods that are missing from this draft. Poseidon not in this draft from Grass. A little bit surprising. He has the Zeus. I know he has the Zeus, and that Zeus I don't think is for Budapest. He's got 2 water maps, though. Grass's Zeus has been looking really, really strong on the land maps, and it's a nice flex pick there between, say, a Mirage, a Budapest, etc. And as I'm looking at the maps, I also see the fact that there's 2 water maps here. So Budapest and Mirage. In taking Hades and Loki off and picking Odin, that does really open up quite a lot, and Grass does need to find himself some good picks there. So he might pick Isis on Mirage, but then that leaves him with some other picks that he might not go for elsewhere. Maybe that Freyr is for Budapest. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Well, the players are off to the races now, so let us put the timer up and we can start unpacking Thor versus Amaterasu. So, Grass on Thor here has to be somewhat aware of Amano Uzume's shenanigans, but if he is prepared for it and he knows how to defend against it, it's not a good option. Minakatatomi is a lot more solid. You get access to, of course, the one Udor, but more importantly, you get access to the defensive Shrine of the Hunt, as well as the Hunt in the main base, which can be really, really helpful. You also get access to some very powerful Naginata Rider shenanigans with that Solar Shield, so it can help you get onto the back line without losing all too much. So there's all of that to consider, as well as the fact that while Grass might want to go for Berserks and might want to go into Forseti and do that sort of stuff, or might want to go into Mass Hursa, does run into Mass Samurai, which is also really powerful for a Matreiuss. So we'll see if this is going to go that way. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass doing that. I would not be surprised to see Grass going for the Hursa idea. He's been really enjoying it, but if Garnath is in tune with that and says, well, I just built Samurai, then Grass is going to have to start thinking about what to do next, which is probably things like getting throwing axemen out, potentially also making raiding cavalry. And then you get into a nice game where Garnath is going to be able to take usage of the Thunderburst to find some edge. Anyways, like I said, this is Garnath's first round of 8, I want to say. It's his first game versus Grass. It's going to be his first sort of... Actually, has he played against Grass on the ladder? That's an interesting question. Grass doesn't play a huge amount of ladder games. He's much more... he much more prefers to play the... he much more prefers to play the sort of secret scrim type things. Let me see if I can find his account. I don't know what it would be called. I think it's called Grass. Too hard to find him. Let me go and find him the other side. Ah, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna see if they've played each other. No, they've literally never played each other on this patch. Wait, ever? Hang on. I don't have any patches selected, so that's why. Let's just do a couple. Yeah, they've literally never played each other. That's wild. Well, there you go. So, both players, no idea what to expect, and that bodes well for nobody. Actually, that would be interesting. We should definitely put some prizes up for people playing gods that aren't their main god and seeing who goes lower. That'd be funny. That'd be a funny community event. All right. Well, we are moments away from game number 1. Appreciate you guys being patient with this delay between game 2 and 3. Is what it is. But Grass and Garnath about to start duking it out on the map. Ghost Lake, Thor versus Amaterasu. Lots of random things are going to be happening here. Let's jump into Ghost Lake and see what we are going to see here. Off we go. Off to the races we go. Left side of the map, we've got Grass playing as Thor, dropping his early Dwarven Armory on the 1 gold mine, Ghost Lake. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Amaterasu, is Garnath. So, we've got the Shuriken in the middle for the map as well. This does not bode well for Grass. The ninjas are out. And they have left their mark on the lake. In the center of the map, we've got the head of Orpheus there. A little bit of extra line of sight. We've got Feather of Jingwei. Wood Trickle plus 0.5. Over onto this side, there is the Ulla's Bow, giving range units an extra 1 range. And finally, in the top of the map, Pandora's Box. For myth units becoming a little bit more cheap. Alrighty. So forward gold mine for Garnath. Probably not what he wanted to see, but it's pretty simple to get early defense here. You're just going to drop your Shrine of the Hunt on that forward Miko there. Alternatively, you could put the Shrine of the Hunt over here, but behind the berry bushes, and maybe put a wall in. Shrine of the Hunt here. That protects the gold mine and all the other good stuff there, but that's not what's going to happen. And the game goes on with some pretty quick Sacred Custodians in for Garnath. He does get some good scouting in. Does see the Feather of Jingwei, so it's a little bit of extra wood there. Also, he's going to spot that Ulla's Bow. Ulla's Bow seems like a great idea to play into as a Matreiuss, but I think that this matchup, it used to be very important, I'd say, to go into Yuumi Archers. But I think the more that I play it and the more that I think about it, if I'm playing Japan versus Norse now, I actually really want to build Naginata Rider and Samurai. That's the unit comp that I think has got, and it's sort of universal versus Norse at the moment, to sort of stay away from the early game Archers versus Norse, just on the fact that you don't really need them to deal with throwing axe anymore. Instead, it's better to treat the throwing axe like a ranged unit, which it is, but treat it like an archer and use those cav to take them out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Garnath go that way. I also wouldn't be surprised to see him enjoy the fact that Ulla's Bow +1 range, plus also the Hunter's Strength +2 range on the already high ranged units of the Yuumi Archers. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go for an Archer Ball here and try and make that work with his one Yudo. Because 20 range is quite a lot. 20 range is quite a lot. But we'll see how it's going to go for Garnath. Minakata Tommy is almost in, and Grass is going to be taking a very, very slow route to the classical age. This build order that he's doing is still totally fine, but it's not a build order I would recommend for one gold mine Ghost Lake as Thor. You take a look at what's been scouted. He sees a lot of gold mines, so that sort of makes it a little bit better. But the problem with it is, just take a look at the actual medium gold mine. One player has already mined out 1,800 or 1,200 gold. The other player here has mined out, let's just call it 150, but he's also got plus 150, so 0 gold. He's still got 3,000 gold left in his gold mine, basically. Right? That's how math works. That's not how math works. He's mined out 300 gold here. So, yeah, there's a big difference, which does mean that problems can become very apparent on a second gold mine. But there's gold mines all over the map, so it might be okay here. Nonetheless, more upgrades are coming in for more dwarves, more eco advancement, more eco advantage. Saltwater Spring, however, on the way, and it is going to be Samurai, Yuumi Archer for Garnath. As in comes the Great Hall from Grass, and I would be surprised here if Grass doesn't go for his full Hursa shenanigans. I'm Monarch. Hello there, my friend. Jonas Janasen, as well as Ironhide. For those of you who did donate and throw some support into the crowdfunder, I do say thank you yet again. That you guys, we would not be able to be doing this qualifier. We would already be finished the qualifiers. It would be done. It would be a done dealio. No one else would be able to get in. As in comes guardhouse, more guardhouses. So Garnath, I think he is very much going to be going for his option of Samurai Yuumi Archer, but I don't like that he's moving out on the map at the moment. The Hurso do get spotted over here as the troll comes through. And Garnath, is he going to lose the guy? No, he does manage to keep himself safe for the moment. Grass did not spot the army movement there. He's charging across the map now, looking for some damage. As into the main base comes the defensive setup. So it's going to be full Yuumi Archer with a handful of Samurai to front line. I like the idea because it's kind of metagaming here to some degree. If you've seen the way that Grass plays, You've seen that he goes full Hursa. Well, he should be fine to actually take these fights. Garnath should be fine to take these fights and be in a good spot. If Garnath was going for, say, Naginata Riders here, Grass would have a lot more play, a lot more options. But for now, he doesn't really have anything except for poking. If he can catch Garnath out with this next movement around onto the side, well, that's going to be huge. Wall's coming down onto this side. I don't like that wall, especially because I got Omniscience when I see the Ursa coming through. And not only that, the flag is up. Garnath pulling his units around here. The villager going to attempt to make a break for it, but Grass finds the kill. He might even drop down the solar shield there. In fact, he does do that. And it's not the end of the world to drop that first solar shield down to keep the villager alive. But the Hursa will get sent, and you can see this takes a long time for the walls to actually go up here. But Yumi Archer's sitting back, spraying those Hursa for the time being. And Garnath does need to sit here just a little bit longer as more Hursa are on the way. Now, here's the thing. Grass, his Hursa are scary, not necessarily because they're going to beat any of these units in the actual fights, but more because they're all getting himself favor. 12 favor per minute here. Great control from Grass there, pulling back the Hursa, going after the one Udor there, as well as the Yumi Archers doing what they can do. Of course, the Miko will come in and defend, as well as these Samurai just sitting put for the time being. And meanwhile, Grass makes his way over onto his second gold mine, as Garnath just simply needs to sit back and play defense. Now, another dojo. I like this move from Garnath. Another dojo means he's going to be moving a little bit away from the Yumi Archers. He's just pulled a bunch of villagers off of wood over onto food, and I think it's just going to be full steam ahead. He might go mythic heroic age, but I think he might have a better option here of just going full steam ahead onto Samurai, on Numusha, and staying in this classical age. This is something that I talk a lot about for Japanese, but specifically for Amaterasu, is staying in the classical age is just perfectly fine. Because if you're spamming Samurai, you're going to be getting yourself a lot of Bushido. You already get yourself one XP per second here with the Samurai. The Yumi Archers don't give a whole lot, as the Hursa are looking up to the top side of the map, looking for this gold mine, looking for any sort of raids. Main base here with the villagers is going to be open, but all the wolves are in. They're going to be some defenses. The army spots this gold mine, doesn't see anything. If he came around on the other side on that raid, it would have been a completely different situation, as the wolves do get some good damage done. You don't get any Bushido from that, but he picks two Hursa off. Huge. Now villagers onto the herdables for the time being, as Garnath still kind of just wandering around here, just wondering where he should go. Grass now in the heroic age through Bragi, as in comes the Ragin. But so too come in Battle Boar, Jarls, and Throw an Axeman, as Grass goes, I better start looking for another option. But here's the thing. Samurai, they're countered by Throwing Axeman. What counters Samurai really hard? Sorry, what counters Throwing Axeman really hard? Yumi Archers with 20 range do, but Thunderdome. Thunderdome is scary for those Throwing Axemen. And I think Grass needs a lot of them. So Grass going to be dropping another Great Hall over here. Up onto this top side. The Hursa for Grass coming through. He's going to knock onto this right side while sending his dwarves over onto the hunt to the right there as well. The villagers for Garnath will simply pull back. One cool move now for Garnath is that he's got the right juice, so now he's actually got a raiding force. Of course, it does get countered pretty hard by these Hursa that are moving at 5.3 speed, but you can still get those raids off. And he is going to be sending that immediately across the map, as well as Thunderous Presence that doesn't have the favor for it, as his Miko is sitting idle for the time being. Wall queued up again onto this side. And Garnath now only just about to lose this gold mine. One thing that I haven't seen a Matreiuss players really doing is having in the back of their mind that they should leave the gold mine in the main base. Over 10 minutes, you can get another 500 gold there. Right? Something like that. Anyways, up onto the top. Doesn't really matter. He's got his walls set up. 5.6k to 4k. Both players have got a big god power in the bank. And a very, very scary moment getting set up in the next portion of this game. There's Grass pulling back in onto this side. And he says Town Center as the option. Now, this is going to be tough for Garnath to know what's going on. But if he chooses a Town Center shortly, that's just a good move. Alternatively, he could opt into simply buying his dojo upgrade and getting Hanya Mask and just pushing here. And he's going to have a great time as well. As the Raiju, where are they going? Right over onto this right-hand side. Now, the Hursa are going to be in. Got TSM player sitting in here. Going to be looking for some defense. As well as Jezini. But, yeah, the Raiju aren't going to be able to get in there. Yarl's up onto the top here is scary for Garnath as well, as he does kind of need to make Yadi Spearman. The dojo going to go down. Units coming over here to say, get out of here. And Garnath's going to have to rejig that as he does see the town center up. Will grab his own town center on the back, just slowly moving through this game. Playing such a heavy defensive game here. And Grass is just happily taking more and more of the map. As, well, Garnath can't do much about this, but just slowly push forward himself. Maybe a castle on the front. There's probably going to be a Mythic Age shortly here. What Garnath has, though, is he's got 190 pop. If he just attacks right now, I think he's going to be in a good spot. Grass doesn't have full bronze. Garnath needs copper mail before he goes, but there's going to be a tier coming in momentarily, and that's just such a big amount of damage to come on to the Garnath economy as one Berserk gets sniped. Samurai have been spotted here, and every little movement is danger in these situations. As Garnath pulls back, keeps his Samurai alive, but he's now sitting at full population on 40 villages, whereas Grass is going Mythic Age and getting further in front on village account because he's not at full pop. He's spamming units, mind you. Castle coming up onto this side to secure another gold mine. The idea of Takamikazuchi here for Garnath feels really good, but you have to get that value out of that god power. I almost feel like the better call would be Okuninushi for double Thunderdome ideas. As well as, of course, the extra Shrine of the Hun, an extra free Solar Shield, and things like that. As the Portable Ram coming in onto this position. And that will be thrown away here. As the Raiju managed to get in here. And that's a huge amount of damage. That's exactly what Garnath needed. He gets a ton of kills here. 7 villages down. Is that 7 or 8? Well, these guys have got an extra 4 behind there as well. Now there's only a 13 villager advantage, but Grass gets caught out. Didn't have his walls set up. Did have some Hursa in position, but you need those walls. Those Raiju are quick. Dojo's coming up for Garnath. Upgrades coming in as well, but shortly the army will be through. Very, very close to that next tier of Bushido, though. So it's going to be heavy versus heavy when the fight actually happens. But Thimble Winter is going to get dropped down. Takamikazuchi is on the way, but it is late. The big wall coming down now from grass to stop those Raiju raids as in comes the Fimbulwinter, as you can do basically nothing but just garrison all your villages while the Fimbulwinter is on. And grass is going to be looking for this fight while this is all going down. There goes the Thunderburst. There goes the flaming weapons. There goes the Solar Shield, as grass's units are getting flung around during this. And it looks like grass says, no, I don't want this. I don't want any of this at all. Units pulling back here as the Raiju will get almost sniped down. Dwarven Mine gets dropped up onto the top here for a crazy increase on gold there. And Garnath now can pull back, gets his Raiju sealed up by his Miko. He's going to be having himself his Takamikazuchi in momentarily. Didn't really lose too many units. Hunya Mask now also on the way, but Garnath needs a lot more favor here, so he can get himself sumo wrestling as well as the last stand technology through Takamikazuchi. Oh, sorry, 10 Fist Sword, not last stand. That's a different one. Sumo wrestling and 10 Fist Sword. Now, the only issue here for Garnath is he lost a ton of villages to Fimbulwinter. 37 to 63. And grass, he kind of needs to recognize this. This is the tough part. When you're playing against someone who's lost a ton of villages, oftentimes the best way to pull in front is to just invest into the armory. Invest into the economy. But in comes the Garnath army, ready to start cleaning up this side. Main base under attack here. There is the Asura in the main base, so that can be somewhat of a help. It does a huge amount of damage with the stuff there as the units now charging forward. We see the Divine Slash, and it does get some damage done. No, it doesn't. Did it just kill? It killed like 2 throw an axemen. Brutal. And nonetheless, the battle boards here going down. It's a hard god power to use. Not everybody can get that Divine Slash off. Undodgeable god power, though. Town Center now coming in for grass on the bottom side, as the battle boar will attempt to escape out of here, looking for the Town Center on the right. As on the Musha, they do so much damage with that special. The Bushy on the back there as well. Grass not paying attention is over onto this side. The Ballaster in, getting some damage there too. And finally, the battle board decide it's time to run, as I mean, the queue is huge for Garnath, but he's not getting armory upgrades. That's the thing that's scaring me here for Garnath. And I guess it also scares me for grass as well. Let's get onto the backside. Here comes the Raiju. Sends everyone flying, getting that huge damage off before pulling back. Great control from the Raiju there for Garnath. And grass, he has to figure out what to do now, because he is facing a 7.4k military army here with a lot of units on the backside that don't have a lot of HP remaining. In onto the position comes the Asura. Huge damage onto the town center. The battle roar on the front going down. Grass here sitting still at basically full population, though he's got champion. He's got not champion cav, but champion infantry on the back. Is that going to be enough here to deal with all this? Fortified town centers to come through. But the military numbers for Garnath, they are staying very, very solid here. 6.5k to 3k here is Grass attempting to get his units back out. But when you're fighting down on military population and everything else, it can be incredibly tough to get those trades in, as the death ball of Garnath looking so strong here. More units coming in. The Miko on the back can start healing up. Does Garnath have the resources, the income to continue this push? Town center does end up falling. Now, the Hill Fort to be next here. 4k to 3k. It's getting closer and closer here as the next tier of Bushido doesn't manage to come in for that fight, but it's getting so close. One more fight and it's going to be full champion for Garnath, but he is still very much behind on villager count at this point. And Grass says, fantastic, let me get my town center back up. The issue to some degree for Grass is he's going to be running out of gold over onto this side. Here comes the battle boars. Huge amounts of berserks getting converted in here. As they say, if we win this fight, we win this game to some degree. Not really, but to some degree. And he will overwhelmingly win that fight. But now the villager diff is much more close. And Garnath can get himself back up to full population. He should be okay here. But he's losing a lot of stuff on this chase down. Samurai on the way. Lots of samurai on the way. Gold villagers up here. They are safe. Garth doesn't want to overcommit. Town center to the right now coming up for Garnath. I'll say it again. But Walker Inushi would have completely flipped this game on its head here. Divine Slash, I mean, if you got an insane value, he would have won the game. Sure. That's maybe a gamble you take, but Orkut Inushi would be putting Garnath up to full villagers right now. Nonetheless, the army of grass making its way down to the right side, securing gold mine here, gold mine here. That's going to be huge for grass. Garnath gets his town center up. It's a very, very long time for him to get himself back to full population, though. 142, 205. As a hill fort coming up on this side for grass. He can come in and take this town center out if he wants. The villagers over here do get spotted as Garnath going to be losing all of those villagers over here. He pulls back a little bit late as the main base is now opened up. Sumo wrestling on the way. Champion is in. That next tier of Bushido is in. You have to remember that this also does give like 4-ish villagers. 1 villager per tier, I guess. The town center is going to fall, and I think that Garnath needs patience here. Losing the town center isn't the end of the world. Samurai high-fiving the throwing axeman, trying to get up onto this side, pulling back for the time being. He is getting some pressure over onto this position as the Onmyoji taking out the longhouse, trying to get in over here, trying to find some more value, but losing units to the hill fort and town center is not going to be helping things out here as town center number 4 coming in for grass. Now in comes Berserker Gang. Iron weapons. The villagers getting some shanks down over onto this side too. A couple villagers end up falling. And that there is going to be the town center for grass. Up, completed, and looking fancy fresh. Another villager falling for Garnath. And I think grass can simply just go up to 260 pop, and this is going to be so tough to deal with. Yadi Spearman on the way. Still no champion Cav. This gold mine getting pushed off of as well as Garnath tries to keep everything alive, but not sure he's quite going to be able to do so. Hill forts going up everywhere as the castle getting targeted down. Units over onto this side say, okay, we'll do a little bit of a swap of the battlefront. Omyoji will be able to take out the town center. Yadi Spearman coming through. Yumi Horse Archers on the way. Ballistics now on the way too. It's just so far behind on armor, on eco, on tech, on everything, on military. And the town center on the left will indeed fall as well. But who comes out in front with these kind of trades? Garnath needs this right side for this gold mine. This gold mine's going to be expiring. This town center doesn't matter that much. He does need at least 2 town centers, though, to compete versus this Norse army. As Garnath pushes in to take out the hill fort on the right side. Still seeing Raiju raids trying to be effective here, but with the walls up, you have to break down a wall to get in there. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like stone walls getting researched here either. As Iron Mail now in. Town center on the left, now up. And the units motor around onto the right side because they know that this is the next most important field of battle. Garnath has 0 gold income. He's trying to get his town center up. All the villagers moving over here, 60 to 100. But a scary Japanese army is in. One wrong step and things can get very, very difficult. 75 favor in the bank for Garnath is not going to be enough for another Thunderburst. Hillfort going to come up here as well to start threatening all of this as the Thrown Axeman getting that damage done onto the front side. Tries to get the Solar Shield in to tank up those Thrown Axemen, but Grass too clean with it here. Taking down everything but that Solar Shielded Samurai. And the Garnath army, after all is said and done, will end up falling. And Grass looks to take game number 1 here. It looks like, with Garnath tapping out, a valiant effort here from Garnath. I feel like he had a pathway through this Grass game plan, and he was playing so well. But I feel like he needed to go Ukninushi here for Divine Prefecture in order to get his villagers out, to get himself Omaraki in, and to get himself a secondary Thunderburst. First Thunderburst deals with flaming weapons. Second Thunderburst deals with the second fight. Probably could have been in an advantageous position if you went for that. But credit where credit's due. Grass played this incredibly well. Great pressure. No overcommitments. Fantastic respect actually given to Garnath in this game. As he didn't take any risks and just played a really solid Thor game. But it's a long series, and you can see here that Garnath definitely can tango with the best of them. We'll see if he's going to be able to find a win versus Grass, or if we're going to continue our clean, sweeping ways. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what game number 2 is going to bring us. All right, our next game. Zeus versus Odin on Budapest. Zeus versus Odin on Budapest. Not a matchup I've seen very much of, but a matchup that I personally have loved since Legacy days. I've been pretty adamant for the longest time that Norse is just good on water. Some people have finally come around to that fact. The reason I like Norse is because you get to be incredibly aggressive. You get a huge amount of food boost. You don't have to worry about your food, your secondary hunt getting knocked off. And you've also got this, for some of these Norse gods, you've got this gigantic unit in the heroic age called the Mountain Giant, which helps you through all of the problems that you could ever find yourself in. Got to get Jotuns, you've got to get the Mountain Giants, you've got to have the units out to mix in with the Jotuns. Otherwise, the heroes will take them out too quickly. So it's important. You got to play. It's not an easy matchup. It's not a simple matchup, but it's a fun and explosive matchup where lots of things can go wrong at the drop of a button. Gavoth asking in the chat, I wonder if transport ships are good in this map. One day we'll see someone use a transport ship. One day. They are good, by the way, I think. Maybe. Alrighty. Yeah, so Zeus does have some other really strong things. So, for example, Hydra, really good. Manticore as well. You don't see it very often on the water maps, but Apollo into Manticore versus Norse can be kind of scary. They don't have a fantastic option versus those Manticore outside of Ringgiver Jarls, which, of course, I think the Odin should go for. There's also Frost and Frost Giants, which could probably be an answer for those Manticore too, so it's not simple. Hermes here is, without question, a fantastic option as well for Odin. No matter what the Zeus mains will have no idea at the moment what they're talking about, we'll say. Hermes is fantastic in this matchup too. So we will have to wait and see which way they do decide to go. But it's going to be game number 2, grass up number 1, Zeus versus Odin on Budapest. Let's go. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, Grass as Zeus. Left-hand corner of the map, Garnath as Odin. Docks going up as they both... Wait, did this get spotted? Nope. Neither player has any idea that they are taking their opponent's same side and have put their docks on each individual side as the Berserk will run over here. We'll see that dock going up, and we've got chaos already. Garnath will either go for another... surely not another dock here. Do see a dock on the right side as well from Grass. Fishing ships slowly starting to come through, and Garnath is just roaming around here until he gets back home. The good thing here for Odin on this map, in this matchup, is that he can always move backwards. So, for example, coming over onto this gold mine rather than trying to push forward for here or for here. Which then opens up options of throwing walls up here, walls up over here, and that can be very, very powerful. Let's check out the relics, as we've got General Matreiuss guarding over them. Eye of Ormlu is always big here. Definitely really, really strong. You kind of want it more as the Norse player than as the Greek player, because it makes those throw and axemen brutally difficult to deal with. Of course, the Hypaspis normally difficult to deal with, so just making them even better. Feather of Befang there for a little bit of synergy with the Zeus. Bonus versus buildings there for the infantry can be really nice. Dragon Palace Crystal just to boost up the walls and towers by 10% hit points. Not the most powerful of relics, but can be nice there for Garnath. As Garnath is going to also put a house over here. Scales of double pass there. And in comes the Great Hunt. There's another dock over onto the left. Does get dropped down. And fishing ships for the left side of the map do end up going 5-3. So Garnath wins. He wins on the fishing ship shenanigans on the left side. Boat's getting crabbed, and I'm still very interested in the way that Grass is going to play this. I do think that Hermes is very, very important here. Yes, you're scared of walls and things like that, but walls only do so much. Especially versus Zeus, who can just beat through them with his hoplites. How do I make the camera turn? I use arrow keys. Some people use the drag one as well. That can be good too. All right. Still no advances, but the temples are about to come through. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Heimdall here for Garnath, but also Hermes isn't a terrible idea either. Does decide on the Heimdall. And for Grass, Athena. I think this is the harder option. I'm not going to lie, the harder option for Grass. I can't remember who played it, but there was a matchup of Magic playing Frere versus Zeus, and he ran into some real big problems versus that Hermes. I think it was versus Moscow. But nonetheless, another dock up for Grassy. He's going to look for all of the pressure over here. Another dock for Garnath here. Will we see any attempt at a dock on the bottom side? Not just yet. And the Jason comes through, as Garnath will need to retreat. But with Heimdall in, with Athena in, Garnath needs to get himself the military buildings down as fast as he humanly can. Now, the good thing is that he can build some ships out quickly and can start working towards the favor he needs to get the HUSKSUPPE technology. And that can then help him spam his units out really quick without needing as many military buildings. And he's going to be going straight into a longboat as well as a dragon ship. So in comes the Minotaur. To some degree here, actually, Garnath should be able to win these early game fights, and this shouldn't really be happening, but he wanted those military buildings down as fast as possible instead. As in he comes now, and I tell you, one sneaky move would definitely be to just throw up a wall here and prevent that Minotaur from escaping. But doesn't go for it. Gets a couple of smacks off onto the Minotaur. Heracles is in. Berserk versus Jason. And Jason wins the fight, but just barely. As the Hurso is just continuing to chase down this Minotaur. Gets smacked down to 3.8 speed with that snare. And it will be a dead Minotaur as the double military academy is up now. And a dead Minotaur indeed. Garnath, though, inside this main base here. Not the best fight for him, but he is getting a good amount of favor in. Now he decides it's time to run. As the Jason gets away from here. A bolt gets dropped down onto, I'm not sure what, must have been the ironry somewhere. And these Pentaconta now out. Looking for some pressure, but a longboat underneath the dock. Should be able to win this fight if he focus fires. And there he goes. Or at least he should be able to come somewhat close to winning the fight. He can also run back here if he wants to. No docks getting garrisoned either by Grass, and it looks like this is going to be a bit of an issue for Grass as his main base now under attack. Berserk's coming in, looking for some villager picks. This position is open. The Berserk can't really beat the hoplites. They sort of can, sort of can't. It's kind of close. As HUSKSUPPE goes down, both players floating a lot of food here as Grass clearly wants to get to the heroic age. A heroic age would mean that Grass gets to use Paspis, which deal with these Berserks really nicely. Behind this, Hamask is in, so you've got the 5.3 speed Berserks. He did get HUSKSUPPE as well. As the dragon ship longboats dealing with what's happening over here, but needs to pull out from the docks. You can also try and charge up here and clean the docks with an undermine. He's got a lot of units there, so he can definitely win that water if he wants. But behind this, incoming Dionysus. And, well, getting caught out on the retreat here as the Berserks will get turned onto. But this is a good fight for Garnath as the reinforcements now coming in, and Grass goes, oh crap, that's a lot of units. I don't even think there was a single dead Berserk there, as they're all going to slowly start healing back up. Very, very big for Garnath as Grass now in his main base, but he's got all the production. He's got plenty of gold here. He can come up and grab this gold mine. I'd love to see walls just getting spewed up everywhere with Safeguard in hand for Garnath here, but that's not something that he is wanting to do just yet. The other issue is that this side of the water is going to start getting hit by Skylar as the Berserks taking out the dock here, and he can also get himself an answer to the trireme and maybe win the bottom side of the water. Maybe this is the better idea. Skylar up here, dragon ship, Dreki over here. That's going to go down, and that Skylar is going to be the Loch Ness Monster without question on this top position. 5 heads are incoming. There's now the hoplites on the way. Njord now queued up. We do actually have the heroic fleet coming in from Garnath, so he does want to continue to try and fight here. We've also got a Pentacontra out as in comes the Undermine. Takes that. Makes sure that dock does end up falling, but the dock's going to come back up immediately as more Berserks are getting spammed out here. Up to the top side, the Berserks are in, and they're going to go for a raid while this is all going on. Fortress up into the center of the map there as well, as the Toxotes getting taken down. Lots and lots of chaos while this is all going on. Into the main base, though. This raid is gigantic. Restoration is forced, as the army here from Garnath does need to run. Just sitting here, tanking up for that. That's not what he wants to do. Garnath gets a huge amount of villager kills in this main base there. Grass deletes the storehouse, but it's too little too late. 3 villagers falling. Now it's 36 fills to 26 fills, but into the center of the map, there's the fortress. And, well, Garnath, I would have to say, is somewhat stuck here in this classical age. With the Einery and that special, that's going to be a lot of damage onto the Paspis, but that's not what Garnath wanted. He wanted villager picks, gets another vill kill, but into the fortress he goes, and the villagers will be safe here to mine that gold mine for quite some time, as Garnath, well, he's got to get himself throwing Axeman to deal with the Hapaspis, but in comes, most likely, Heltast behind this. Top water, still under turmoil here for Grass, as I think this dock will end up falling, and you definitely go into fishing ships if you are Garnath there. And Garnath now will be on the way to the heroic age, and there will be access to that Jotun, those mountain giants, and 70 favor as the armory finishes. In comes the heroic age. Berserk's up to the top, going to be looking to drop a dock here as well. All the pressure. The reason why this is so good as Norse, and the Aztecs, to be fair, if you've got yourself the warrior priest around, is you get favor from attacking Tenali for the Aztecs. But Garnath needs to be patient here for just a little bit longer. Still spamming out Berserks and throwing Axeman is fine, so long as he gets himself out those all-important myth units. He is making Einherry, which does help him out. Throwing Axeman can come over and get little pot shots from behind here. This one Hapaspist ends up falling. Hoplite ends up falling. Einherry will blow that horn to try and help out as Grass losing some units over onto this side. The Berserks coming through. Hapaspis say, we're happy to turn and take the fight. Bronze gets dropped down. Missing half the units there, though. He's got to snipe that Jason because it's going to be so strong. Trying to take out a Hydra. Yes, you've got bonus damage versus mid units with those Berserks, but it's a 74% hack armor. Hydra, it does manage to stay alive here. No, it goes down, but so too do the Berserks go down. And there's no food in the bank now for Garnath. He does win the fight on the top, though. He's just throwing Axemen are coming in. No, wait, there was the Walking Woods while this is going on. Is the fortress getting cleaned up while this is all going along? Grass in so much trouble now as the Heracles Jason goes down. And the Walking Woods cleans the fortress, going after the main town center. But Jason is now in, and he'll normally put a stop to this without losing a whole lot. 44 villages to 34. Big advantage for Garnath. 100 favor in the bank. Huge advantage for Garnath. But Garnath needs to get himself a lot more food economy for him to, well, basically spend all that favor. He could go for another Walking Woods, but you know how I feel about that. Not good. Grass attempting to get out of here as the throwing Axeman getting caught out. They've got to be careful as the Einherry will blow that horn. Berserk's coming back in, sniping the Jason there, but the throwing Axeman face tanking those Hapaspist is never what you want. Meanwhile, up onto this side, we do see the Kraken coming through. If Grass isn't paying attention, well, also if Garnath isn't paying attention, it's not going to matter. But that's a three-headed Skylar with only 200 HP. Takes down the Doc. And it will be a close fight. I think the Kraken wins it. Berserk's back up onto this spot looking to drop another Doc here. The Grass lives another day, even though the villager differential is getting further and further out of control. Couple more great hauls going up for Garnath. He wants Jarls. Does he have Ring Giver? No, he's got the resources for it. He's got so many resources in the bank. One of the hardest parts about playing Norse is often just making sure you've got the infrastructure to build everything. There's only 3 great halls, which, looking at the resources, is just not enough. Market now coming up for Garnath. He can buy food and build those Jotuns out if he wants to as well. Or he can look to drop a Walking Woods. As the Mountain Giants will slowly start to come in. Jotuns is queued up. You don't really want a Mountain Giant by itself. If you're going to build them, and I recommend building them, got to make sure you get those upgrades. Another Kraken to come in from Garnath. He wants to clean up this water. He's just continuing to get so much value all across the map. But his main base is under attack, and he needs units in to defend himself. It's a strong Greek army. The only issue for Grass is he's not gathering any favor as the Mountain Giant sneaks around the side, going after the main base. In comes Heracles, but Garnath is quick to notice that. So too, though, is Grass to pull that Heracles away. There's the Berserks in to take out that back dock there. We see any fishing ships coming in? No wood for Garnath at the moment. He is in full flight, full send. As he's charging into the main base. Jotuns is now in. Going after the town center is a ridiculous move here. We'll see if it's going to work for him. You don't want to lose your army, but he's got the Mountain Giant. Throwing Axeman over here as well. We'll have to start running. There are Peltast into this army, but not very many. Excuse me, there was only one, and it's already down. Town center here will end up falling 100 HP and down, but the Jotun is also down, and the army for Garnath is also down. I don't think he should be sitting here. He loses everything. As onto the backside, there's also some villagers needing to get converted into Berserks, and, well, Garnath kills the town center, but loses the army. Very, very crazy there, but look at the villager differential. There's 20 villagers now for Garnath. You remember last game? Well, this is this game, guys. This is going to be an incredibly difficult time for Grass. I think maybe one of the ideas here is to drop a temple, put all the villagers onto food, and just try and utilize another restoration to get a gold star. But that, in of itself, is going to be very, very difficult. Heavy coming through. Main base not getting protected. Villagers are... There's 18 villages here and no town center. Villagers coming up to try and drop a dock potentially, but the Kraken is sitting here to take those out. Main base now under attack here is, well, Garnath losing a town center. That doesn't feel as bad. Because he's got 51 villagers. Grass moving across the map. Looking to drop a storehouse over here as well. What a wild game here. Villagers are getting chased down. Does Grass have himself ballistics? He doesn't. So these villagers, going to be kind of hard to chase them down. He could go for a Berserk Narok here if he wants to. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. Buy 500 food and go full all in. We've seen Garnath lose his mind once before. Is he going to lose it again? Jarl's coming in onto the back line, hitting those Toxotes as the hoplites need to get in there. Garnath doesn't go crazy. He buys food, buys himself all of the units he possibly can. It's 160 pop to 100. This one Hydra with 549 HP is the hero Hydra in this game. 2,000 damage done. More Great Halls coming up. And a defender's advantage without question here for Garnath. The Q is gigantic. Units will drop, will come out straight away. More units coming in onto this backside, though. The throw-on Axeman will be able to win that if they have any micro, but he's not going for it. And it looks like that there is going to be enough. And Grass taps out as Garnath strikes back in game number 2. What a powerful display here from Garnath's Odin. Grass, he found a lot of advantages in the early game, but that one raid onto the wood line while this fight was going on was devastating. One mistake is all that needs to happen for you to be in such a difficult position. And that did bite Grass in the bum, as he just couldn't pull the game back from that mistake, I think. And credit where credit's due to Garnath from just never giving him the opportunity to pull the game back. But ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, we have not a clean sweep. Time to jump back over to the drafting menu and see what we're going to see for game number 3. Alrighty, we got ourselves another game. And it is going to be a Blue Lagoon game with Gaia and Noir. Oh. Okay. Well, this is a matchup that has been showing its ugly face quite a lot. And inside of this matchup, we've been seeing it go left, right, up, down, and around and around. Lots of attempts to greet out heroic ages, getting unpunished, and all that other good stuff. For the moment, we are just waiting on another emergency. I can't believe it. We've had 2 today. Oh, no, they've started. Never mind. It wasn't that big of an emergency. All right. Who's this matchup better for? I like Noir. Yeah, Demeter's the best god, but nobody seems to realize it yet. All right, guys. We're going to have the shortest of breaks. I'll be back before the game starts. See you guys shortly. Alrighty then. Thank you for waiting, guys. We are back with the, game number 3 here as the players are off to the races. We've got Gaia, we got Nyan. We did see some attempts at Leto with Gaia. We've seen some attempts at Oceanus with Gaia. We've seen some attempts at playing a classical fight with Nyan, as well as also going for things like fast heroics, Fey Beast shenanigans, 2 Town Center shenanigans. The whole kit and caboodle here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a simple matchup. There's lots of different options here, which is always my favorite thing. It's always the same thing in a matchup. You know that there's something sort of wrong there to some degree. But if you've got a lot of different options in the matchup, well, it's going to be some fun. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon and see which way these guys are going to take us. Off we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, left side of the map is Grass playing as Gaia, opening up with his tried and true Economic Guild mana shenanigans. Right side of the map is Garnath playing as Nyan. And he does get that all-important shared gold mine, wood line start for China. You always breathe somewhat of a sigh of relief when you see this. That being said, Garnath makes the cardinal sin of putting his temple over the flat earth. Unlike the Atlanteans, whom their oracles, well, they can look past the flat earth. They can see a long way past there, and they are granted favor from doing that. The Chinese, well, there's no land here for them to get favored. So you don't get the favor here. It just gets cut off. That's not extra favor. 0. All right, let's check out some relics. On the left side, we have the armor of Achilles. Damage on the ability to hack minus 5%. There is the belt of Argus, plus 6 unit line of sight. Up onto this top side, we have the I Can't Pronounce You relic. Unit movement speed, plus 2.5%. And finally, we have Tiefing Angantir's sword, making those heroes have some life steal. So, what sort of nonsense are we in for here from Garnath? Garnath, he's, like, funnily enough, okay, here's the thing. Garnath is, I think he's a really solid player. Like, really, really solid. But he has a tendency to go off script. And he likes to go off script by buying Mountainous Might and then throwing big boulders of Kwafu at his opponent. So we'll see if he goes that way or not. We will be seeing Hal2 coming in, which, to be honest, I think is a little bit of a mistake here. Much better to go Zhuan Nu and then play for that classical fight. Really, really strong. Grass on the other side, well, he's saying it's time to go for for Leto. So it's going to be automaton angles here for Garnath. Now, there is a simple answer to this, which is just fast heroic, and then you're not going to be in any trouble versus the automaton mass because you've got straight to Jiangxia, straight to Sages, as well as Fey Beast can be brutal if your opponent, or if the Gaia doesn't pay attention to the fact that it's not a 2TC booming angle. But we'll see which way Garnath is going to go here. For the moment, he has the gold coming in and the wood coming in, but he can always bail from this decision once he sees Leto. He comes up onto this top side. It's not really a gold mine for him, but an earth wall here, he can kind of get to that gold mine with the elephants there as well. Can be nice. The Gax actually does come through. And the Kwafu making the move over onto this side. Is he going for the town center? Surely not. Nope, that's a military camp actually from Garnath. So, yep, we're going to see something a little bit different here. Whether it's going to be Dow, Pioneers, all the other good stuff. More Kwafu. It's just pure Kwafu on the way. It could be, I could be wrong on this, it could be a full classical fight. Kwafu send. Meanwhile, Hero Term are on the way. Grass for the moment. 5 oracles out. And we're going to be seeing some oracles taking some damage over here. As the Xiongqi says, thank you very much for the fish. But then he does need to run away. Fly away. I don't recommend flying from the Terma. They go from being kind of blind to being absolute snipers. But it doesn't even have a speed boost, so there is that. Meanwhile, there goes the spider eggs. So yet again, Garnath has got to be very careful with what he wants to try and do here. The military camp is up and he hasn't built a single unit. So this kind of, I could be wrong, but this kind of looks like it's going to be a fast heroic. And I like this idea of fast heroic, run forward with the Kwafu, put the ballet down, and just use the Kwafu as your army to deal with everything. Do I have the automaton going after this military camp as the pioneers will pull down to the bottom side? Just a handful of Javelineers at the moment, as Garnath still has not yet made the decision to drop an armory or a market. It's literally just full Kwafu. Now the armory is going to come in, as there goes the earth wall trapping the Turborit, and Garnath with the catch out with all of those terracotta riders. Who needs Fey Beast to kill off the Turbo? Garnath says, I got ya. That's going to be a big amount of kills, but the terracotta riders, they obviously, well, they're expensive and they will die here. Though he's going to continue to try and take out the backline. Gets another pick. Charging after the Turbo yet again. Javelin is trying to get out here and help out, as the automaton will finally clean up the rest of them. And the earth wall is down. The armory is up. And Garnath, woof. I feel like, I don't know if that was worth it. But he picked off all the hero Terma. He picked up all the hero Terma for 1. He's getting Fey Beasts for 2. And Grass, well, he has to be really, really careful here. He's going for a town center, which I like the idea of this. Your opponent's playing 1 town center fast heroic. Grab a town center at a bit of an awkward time, no problems. Because what can the Noir realistically do here? I'll tell you what the Noir can do. Just walk forward, drop a ballet in your face, and then he can start range sieging you down. Military camps looking to get dropped over onto those spider eggs on the left there as well. Alternatively, Garnath can just drop the town center now too. That's not a problem either from Garnath. But Garnath has got no idea what's happening behind this. Grass could go heroic age. He could spam out the automatons non-stop and just sit back. In comes Rochelle. Hero Terma getting converted. And Creation gets dropped at the top here. There is literally a mana coming up onto this spot. And I don't know why Garnath decides he wants to do this. But the Citizen are coming through. And of course the Xiongqi can drop down and try and deal with it. But bit of a strange decision from Garnath. Plenty of safe resources on his side of the map. As the automaton's checking over here. And we do see, in comes the Qiongqi, saying hello there. I will smack you away. Still about 80 seconds of gather time for those Pioneers. It's a pretty big boost to resources inside of the one town center fast heroic for Nuwa, but not if you don't gather it all. And they're all about to die. Garnath moves forward. He has seen the town center. He knows exactly what he's up against. The spider lair picks off a couple units on the front there. The peasants will try to bail back, stay alive. We will have Divine Judgment into medium Dao Swordsman. Now this does give some bonus versus myth units as well, right? 0.25. And Automaton, well, they're known for not having a whole lot of hack armor, but they did recently get some boosts, so now it's 40%. So it's quite a lot of hack armor. But Garnath has got a lot of time here to actually punish this second town center of grass. Remember, he went heavy on the Kwafu early on. He's got 7 Kwafu, 6 plus the hero one. Garnath now looking for blood. Mamilo's slowly starting to come in as the Baihu. Well, that can pick off a citizen, no problems. Let's see up onto that top side. The other units pulling away in onto this side now. Sees the spider eggs go down, but not going to be turning onto it. There goes the Fey Beast, but I don't think that was the usage he wanted. Onto these units would have been fine. Going after the town center, Garnath's been doing this so much. But in this situation, does he have enough stuff? Turning around to take the fight right now as those Terma sort of getting caught out by all of the Dao swordsmen. The town center is still very much alive. More units are getting queued up for Garnath to send across the map here. Javelineers trying to take out those Terma heroes on the back. Militarily speaking, it's getting very, very close, but those hero Terma, they're not worth a whole lot. But that being said, now the Hesperid tree is in. That'll heal up the automaton. That'll save grass on that push. And Garnath, not the best decisions on that attack. I think if he dropped the Fey Beast on top of the automaton on the right and just said, lol, you have Terma, they don't do anything here. Terma heroes, they don't do anything here. I think he would have won that fight really hard. But now grass is 2 town centers to 1. There were a bunch of citizens killed here. It's 48 to 43, so it's still kind of close as the attack is going to continue to mount as Jiangxia taking a lot of damage from something here. I think the town center is taking that one down. So the Dao swordsmen continue to pile in onto this position. For some reason, we're seeing Arcus coming in as well. I've said this once. I'll say it a million times. Don't build Arcus versus Dao swordsmen. Probably the only infantry unit you don't want to build those Arcus verse. They get especially, well, if they go Rusho. If they don't go Rusho, you're fine to build Arcus, I guess. But this technology will come in and they will tank for days. And Garnath is just still full steam ahead on attempting to take this position out. The double Hesperid tree. Look at the HP regen on the automaton. That's from 2 Hesperid trees plus Gaia Lush. You're just not breaking this position. So for those of you who don't know how it works, the Hesperid tree gives 5 HP a second, I think, of healing. Or maybe even more. 3 HP a second. Sorry, that's 3 HP, and there's 2. I don't think it stacks, though. I think it gets like 50%ed. So it's 4.5. And then the healing from the Lush at 5 something. Anyways, it's a lot. Now Garnath getting himself gilded shields, which he obviously needs. The other Jiangxia is up as a ballet into the middle of the map coming through. Garnath sacrificing some Dows to try and allow him to get this one finished. And now he sees the ballet. Automaton's going after it. We do have now the army not on top of the on top of the Hesperid's tree at the very least, allows the myth units to actually get taken out here as the Dow Swordsman trying to chase those Arcus away. Stymphalian Bird gets taken down. And slowly but surely, peasants from Garnath will end up dying. And this ballet in the center of the map is not going to be living here any longer. Grass is just getting further and further and further ahead here. Garnath now has all of his unique technologies and probably, I mean, he probably could go for the angle of Mountainous Might to try and win another fight and push forward or something, but he's just so far behind on eco now. Life is very, very tough for him to make anything happen. He wanted to get that clean push and win. The Dow Swordsman coming over here, trying to take the fight. And the thing is, while the Dows do trade well versus the Contarius, the Arcus are getting free pot shots. There's so much more military here. A couple of just regular Kwafu are in. Without that Mountainous Might, these Kwafu are not scary in the slightest. And I think game 3 has been decided as Grass will be taking his second win in this series right now. Garnath is fighting valiantly, has sent the Baihu on a raiding party, getting some damage done over there, but he's out of gold on the bottom side, and he doesn't have another gold mine secured anywhere else. Main base is going to be under siege soon too. In comes Halberdier, Javelineer up to the top side to try and put a ballet down, but the citizens from Grass are already there with their own palace. So all the buildings getting cleaned up on this bottom side. Or potentially for Kwafu might be able to get a ballet up before the 4 citizens here, or they can take them out with their rocks. But as soon as he sees them up here, he says, all right, I'm on the way to deal with this. Ballet gonna get dropped. In comes the Halberdiers, of which the Arcus are really, really good verse. They've only got 15% pierce armor. And there Garnath does say, all right, that's time for me to tap out there. And Grass gets game number 3. I think Garnath played this one from a strategic standpoint really, really well. But the execution on that attack on this town center, I don't think it was necessary. I feel like Garnath could have said, oh, you're 2 TCs. Great, let me get my own second town center. The problem is he didn't know when Grass took it. If you grab that second town center a little bit later, but you were already spamming out the Kwafu, well, you've already dreaming. You're laughing because you're in front on the villager count, or at least on the income. Like you take a look at when the town center went up. Let me have a look right here at like 9 minutes, right? And the civilian units at 9 minutes. Garnath is at a solid 31 to the 36 citizens of Grass, which you guys don't understand. Citizens are not worth 2; they're worth like 1.5, maybe 1.6. And Kwafu are definitely worth 3. So there is that. Of course, the peasants are kind of worth 2.8, but 8.5 or whatever it is. But Garnath definitely had that option. Definitely could have won. But he sort of just botched up that attack. And game 3 in the books there. This guy gets that dub. All right, guys, let's jump back into the draft and see what the next game is going to bring us. All right, guys, our next game is going to be a Freyr versus Quetzalcoatl on the map Mirage. Grass 1 win. Grass is 1 win from his 4th semifinals. Has he made the semifinals every week thus far? I think he has. So we'll see if he can do it again. But Garnath won't make it easy for him. Quetzalcoatl on this map is a little bit interesting. Kronos is there. Tsukiyomi is kind of a sleeper pick on this map, right? Lost twice in the semis and once in the finals. There you go. So every single time he's made the semis. Well, it's time for game number... What game are we up to? Game number 4. Grass 1 win away from the semifinals. Garnath fighting for another opportunity. Let's jump into Mirage and see how it's going to go. Alright, here we go. Grass as Freyr at the top. Garnath as Quetzalcoatl at the bottom. It's Mirage. It's docks. There is a back gold mine, but it isn't safe. Not a safe back gold mine in the slightest. Town center over here kind of protects the gold mine here. Garnath has been really prioritizing these Aztecs throughout this tournament. If I remember correctly from the ban, I think Grass banned out Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca. So Garnath didn't manage to get his hands on those. But this one he did. Now, in this matchup, I've been having success with Freyr versus the Aztecs since release. And, well, if you remember the release of the Aztecs, there was a lot of strengths and a lot of weaknesses and a lot of ways to play the Aztecs. But Freyr has been solid versus all of the different instances of the Aztecs thus far. We'll see what Grass is going to be able to pull in this game. But generally speaking, playing slow with Freyr, always good. Let's check some relics out. Tower of Cestus on the right side. Damage bonus against myth units plus 1x. Units move faster. Plus 2.5% of base there for the movement speed of every single unit in the game that you have. Scarab Pendant. Always nice, making your siege a little bit stronger. And finally, Heavenly Jeweled Spear, making the Herdman, as well as the Tlalmani Spearmen, have a little bit of extra range on their attack. Which basically just means they're going to be able to start fighting a tiny little bit faster. It means more DPS in the actual fight by quite a lot. There's more fishing ships on the way. Generally, you just want to get 9 of those and stop. There's definitely some opportunities on this map for some more wild craziness. For example, fast advances with Huitzilopochtli, or of course Kronos. Could also do a really fast advance with Zeus here for mad damage. But nonetheless, temple coming up from Garnath. And we'll see which god he wants to go. Now we did see one, I think we saw one Quetzalcoatl here from Matador on Midgard. And he went for Huehuecoyotl, which on paper seems really good. But I definitely think that this god is the scary one. Patacatl. One, I would 110% consider putting the temple over here, bloodletting here, and then utilizing your axolotl to heal up those warrior priests non-stop for a huge amount of favor boost. But that's not what happened. So I'll keep dreaming. It's one of the reasons why I think Quetzalcoatl can be really good here. Because you like the way that bloodletting works is the higher the HP, the more favor it gets until it goes down to the lowest amount of HP it can have. And it gets like half of the favor income. So you can just keep on healing it up with the axolotl. It's the only way to do so without using a god power. But nonetheless, Patacatl is now in. And in comes the Ulla from Grass. And down comes the Nobles' Huts from Garnath as well. As it will probably be straight in. There's some early game Ocelotl warriors. So Longhouse is now up for Grass. And he will be moving up to the top to pick up his first relic. Or has he already grabbed some? Oh, we do have Garnath picking up. Oh, cool. He's got some big ones. He got the units moving faster relic. Makes the already speedy bunny go up to 5.1 speed. Kind of a big deal. Because the Herso, they can only get up to 4.8 speed with Prayer, but only up to 5 speed with Thor. This hasn't got Thor, but still, it's kind of a big deal. These guys can get away from those Hersos super easily. Some good damage coming in as we will actually see Garnath dropping his Agave Bloom. Bunny Rabbit charging up to the Berserk as well. We'll be able to take that Berserk out. Unfortunately gets healed by the Agave Bloom. Probably don't want that to happen, so you can eat the berries and get more veterancy stacks. But on the backside, in comes the settlement and the Asgardian Fortress getting dropped. At the moment though, there's only 2 Ocelotl warriors out for Garnath. And he is looking to charge in onto this position, seeing the town center up. I don't think he can even win the fight. Try and kill off the Draugr and then potentially just run away, but that was a lot of damage to take. And the town center will be up regardless. On the backside here now, Garnath getting his own town center. And it looks like he's got 0 gold income while this is all going on as well. I think he wants a town center, he wants a heroic age, he wants the pressure. Just a lot happening here at the moment for Garnath, and maybe too much. But now, with walls starting to come up and just defending that left side of the map, that's really nice, because what Grass is going to want to do next is slowly start claiming the map with walls. One of the best game plans right now for pretty much every god in the game, but definitely Norse, is to take map control. And when you take map control, claim it with walls. Of course, you can knock the walls down, but it is important to find the advantages when you can. As Garnath moving on to this forward gold mine. Drops the craft workshop there, but in come some pretty scary berserks that are looking to catch Garnath out. Garnath's not really in his main base at the moment, though. I mean, he is on the food here. These wood villagers aren't going to be feeling too strong. The grass sneaks around. He might even go for a dock or two on this backside, though. Well, that's what Garnath wants to do. Both players will get a dock down. Sneaky docks forever. You very rarely see the Aztec or non-Norse villager making it across the map, but Garnath says, I feel like it's worth it, as incoming now is the heroic ages of Aegir and Coatlicue. Up to the top. Berserks are going to have to fight their way out of this position, and this could be an opportunity for Garnath to kind of catch him. There's a longhouse getting dropped down by grass. Garnath has the dock up. And he does see the dock here, so that's just going to go down. The question is, does Garnath delete this dock, rebuild it for the axolotl to spawn on this top side, or not? Mr. Grass berserks finish off their longhouse, and this villager will spot the longhouse before running back. And Garnath just checking everything to make sure it's all copacetic here. Nothing going crazy on this left side. With the second town center up, there is the options of sacrificing or bloodletting for an axolotl to come in over here as an idea. Of course, Grass has already got himself his Kraken, so that's going to be good for him as the bunny rabbits will finish off this longhouse. We'll come back up onto this top side. See random berserks coming through onto this side. Do spot a villager, and that will go down. Behind this, the first tech that Grass wants is Granite Maw. I mean, the first tech I think you should normally get is this Feast of Renown tech, but Granite Maw to make those rock giants very, very powerful. Now, behind this is the question is, what does Garnath build? Now, he can go for Sean one, and he can go for Eagle Warrior, and he can go for Tlalmany Spearman or Ocelotl Warriors. That has to be his best option, just depending on what his opponent is going to be making. He definitely needs those Sean one in as fast as possible. As the Ocelotl Warrior says, no, you shall not get any more side builds down. You side building mongrel. Get out of here. Just the wall still attempting to come up. This settler for Garnath will end up going down. As is he getting himself what he needs in terms of cows? Wait, is he gonna go? He's going for the sacrifice for what though? I guess he could go for a agave bloom, a secondary agave bloom on the sacrifice. Kind of makes some sense. His new fire ceremony does get dropped. How many villages does he sacrifice though? There's also Tailwind. Up to the top, gonna try and grab this settlement, but he hasn't sacked anything. What's the grand plan? Mass bunnies? I like the idea of mass bunnies. As in comes the Ocelotl Warriors, diving in to get that damage done. Tailwind now getting dropped down to pick off as many of these units as he possibly can. In onto this position though, while attacking that, in comes the grass units. As all the units will get eaten up. Over onto this side, trying to grab the settlement, as one Sean one should be enough. But Garnath needs to actually build it. He hasn't tasked them onto the right area. Earth Monster now finishes up, and this great temple will end up going down. Did he end up sacrificing villagers? He didn't, as new fire ceremony is over. But zero value out of that. In fact, just lost the cows. Up onto the top. Villagers under attack here as Grass has just got a handful of units. And the portable ram will put a stop to this settlement. But the revenge attack from the Garnath army is going to be enough to win this fight. And while this is going on, though, Grass claims the center with a hill fort. Right, Jarl's looking to kill villagers over onto here. Of course, there's still the gold mine in the main base. There's a gold mine over here. We're also going to see Garnath going for the food on this left side. It's the Huskal coming through. Great temple over here under attack, and Grass is just getting more and more damage done here. And there's about to be a Tempest. Can the Ocelotl warriors and the warrior priests deal with this all? The Djipla comes through. All of the units here from Garnath are getting slowed down, but it doesn't matter. He dominates the fight through the Tempest. While this is going on, villagers are falling on the left side. Garnath has 0 gold income for the time being, but he's got an army who can break through this hill fort. And Garnath is going to be back onto gold. You see Grass checking things out onto this backside. There's a gold mine here, and he should have an idea that it is on this backside. But whether or not he fully notices it is the question. Bolt's coming up to lock off that gold mine. Makes sense. And the Grass army has to simply just pull back. On the front line, though, Grass has a settlement, which means Bull and Bursty to attack the main base is going to be an option as well. It's those rock giants are so strong at punishing mistakes. Djipla over here will get converted in to try and take out the Bergrizi. The Eagle Warriors need to be targeting down those Thrown Axemen. They are really powerful at taking out the front line, Sean 1 and everything else. The Djipla now down, though. This one bunny rabbit, hero bunny rabbit, up to 1,000 damage there. Garnath has to pull. Look at this bad boy. That's 5 bunny rabbits. Go heal up, good sir. Eat some berry bushes. Go heal up. But in comes the Sean ones versus Jarls is not what you want. This is kind of what I was thinking. Instead of Ocelotl Warriors past the start, once you get the Sean ones and you have the Eagle Warriors, you should probably go Tlalmani Spearmen to help you out versus those Jarls or versus raiding cavalry. And there's just too many units here for Grass, and Grass pushes back in. And Garnath is just not able to stay afloat here at all. And that there is game number 4 in the books. Grass gets the win for the series as well. A valiant effort from Garnath, but no man can stop Grass from the semifinals. Not this week, not last week, not the week before. And he feels like it's his time. It's his time to get the dub. There's still a lot of players in his way, though. We're going to see him tomorrow. Let's jump over to the bracket and see who he has to deal with. Let's check it out. Alrighty, so Grass is now moving on, and well, Eisomarto and Matreiuss is the final series for today. So that is who Grass has to fight tomorrow. We're going to jump to a quick break while we set up the draft and all the other good stuff, and we'll see you guys in a very short amount of time. Don't you guys go nowhere. Whistler Putchley incarnate. is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from that Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately... Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunderson, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one Yudo away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus Cav. They're going to get through those Cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive. And Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villages. Guys, one last series to go for today. Eisomarto and Matreiuss. They're currently in the middle of their draft-a-rooney. So we'll see how it all goes. They are in the middle of their draft-a-rooney at the moment. And I have to say, this is a very, very interesting draft. Not what I would have expected in the slightest, but an interesting draft nonetheless. If you guys could see it, you would also think it was interesting. But let's jump over to the head-to-head and see if these guys have played each other before. And here it is. Pandora's Box 2. They played once in the losers bracket round 1. The Matreiuss did manage to get the win over Eisomarto, but that was several months ago. Eisomarto has come leaps and bounds since that tournament. And I guess we have to wait and see how it's all going to go, but it will be a very, very interesting matchup. Let's check out the draft. Well, there you have it. It's happened. Not only did we see Greek bands, but we also have first pick Norse and then Hades. Where's Deimos? Where's Deimos? All right, so the maps though. Ooh. We have Mount Olympus. Yay! Mount Olympus. Mirage, Giza Steppe, Cloud Forest. Our first map is Mirage. And it's going to be kind of spicy. We got ourselves a Loki versus Ra matchup. This is not something I would expect to see very often from Matreiuss. I'm not even sure I understand the pick. Is he expecting to play versus Loki here? Because Loki is a fairly standard pick on this map. Is he expecting to play versus Hades here, maybe? With the fact that there's no Hades pick on Mirage means that for Eisomarto, he either picked Hades to have a third Greek ban, or he's planning to play Hades on a map like Mount Olympus, which is very spicy too. Now, the one thing here that is very important to remember is that Ra has access to Sekhmet, Ptah, and Horus. Those three gods combined are a scary late game versus Loki. The issue is, can you even get there on a water map versus the Njord power? Those are the questions that I have for Matreiuss in this game. Now, Matreiuss, the other day, yesterday, this week, he played a series, which he won 3-0. And he only picked Greek gods in that series. And he looked absolutely untouchable. But he doesn't have any Greeks in this series. 0. But this does mean that he got to pick his best other gods, because he got target banned very hard. Which, if you think about it, if you're so good at a certain set of gods, a certain pantheon, that you get target banned in that pantheon, then you should be able to have the cream of your picks. You get the best picks you want on everything else, because your opponent had to focus so hard in onto your best pantheon, or your main pantheon, or whatever you want to call it. And if that's the case, then, well, it's a very different sort of series, but you definitely have an advantage where that's concerned. Eisomarto, looking at his draft, it looks strange. Loki is a good pick. Hades is a good pick. Matreiuss is a good pick. Susanoo is a good pick. Shenong is a good pick. The set sits there as a kind of counter Norse pick if you can figure out where to play it. But I don't know. I do not know. This is going to be wild. All right, so game plan here for the Ra is it's just to not get too impatient here. Like I said, I think you can win the late game. The problem is you dying. And a lot of Norse players are really enjoying mass walls, which slows them down a lot, which allows you as the Egyptian player to go into some more solid defensive ideas, as well as fighting for the map control versus the speed of that walling. You do have to make sure you get to the Mythic Age, otherwise life gets still difficult if you get stuck in the Classical Age. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game number 1, our final series for today, round of 16, has been finished. Round of 8 about to finish. Let's jump into Mirage for game number 1 and see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another game, another you, another me in the left-hand corner of the map. Eisomarto playing as Loki.
Greg.
And Matreiuss playing as Ra. The map, Mirage. And a very nice defensive map at that. 3 rhinos, back gold mine. Kind of a Ra player's wet dream to some degree. The problem here is, I don't know if Matreiuss really knows what he's doing with Ra. That's, like, I say that in the nicest way I can. Matreiuss's plan with Ra generally revolves around him going for Sphinx, going for Blast, going for Eclipse, Sphinx strats, and trying to exert his ridiculous mechanics, control, APM, micro rating on his opponent. Playing a defensive Ra game, that's not Matreiuss's bag. But I think that's what he has to do in this game. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen. There are some interesting alternate options here rather than playing for defense. that I haven't seen many Ra players or Egyptian players in general try and do in this tournament. For example, fast mythics can be quite potent. And realistically, that's what Matreiuss wants to get to. He wants to get to that mythic age. He does drop down the monument to the villagers here, hitting his lumber camp, his mining camp, his town center, and his dock. So these 9 fishing ship turn into, well, 9 times 1.15. So almost an extra fishing ship. Or is it an extra fishing ship? I think it is an extra fishing ship. There you go. Temple coming up as well. Onto this side for Eisomarto. He drops a cheeky little house in the middle of the map before heading back home for his temple. Oh, and it is going to be Bast from Matreiuss. Okay, well this is spicy then. I don't know if I like the Bast pick in this matchup in the slightest, but Matreiuss playing what he knows. He might be falling into some trouble here pretty early on. Only the 1 monument up at the moment. Is he going to go for multiple? There is a world where you just save Eclipse for the Mythic Age and you make Avengers, and that can be really scary. Bast, Sekhmet, Horus. Get yourself the favor generation from, not the favor generation, the lifesteal for your myth units from Sekhmet, and then you make Avengers with Eclipse and they just don't die. Meanwhile, Hursa coming through for Eisomarto, for Seti as well on the way. Oh. How unlucky can you get if your name is Matreiuss the Italian Stallion? The docks are coming up, and, well, a ramming galley will be on the way, but this is completely spotted, and, well, this is going to be a little bit of an issue, I think. As in comes the ramming galley, trying to finish this off. Priest getting taken down. In comes the cabinet, though, and does he get the kill? He does! He kills off the Berserk! Huge from Matreiuss to start this game off. Double docks up from Eisomarto already, as the fishing ships will need to pull back. Axeman coming in the main base there for Matreiuss. As the Hursa coming over. Can he get the cabinet? Can he get the units into the cabinet? Does he get that? Oh, he does. He gets them. They're safe. He's there, both in it. What is this? What is this game? Where's the Sphinx at? That's what I want to know. Sphinxy boy just sitting, waiting, watching, relaxing. Villagers are very safe in the main base there for Eisomarto at the moment. As the healing spring gets stolen. The healing spring gets stolen. Houses don't keep the healing spring in your possession. And he almost picks off Celine Dion as well. He does pick off Celine Dion. This couldn't be going any worse for Eisomarto to kick this game off. The dock gets pulled back. I think Matreiuss wants to keep his cabinets alive on top of the healing spring. Why not? Priest gets dropped out here as well. That can start healing those units up as well. Matreiuss' micro is just on another planet at the moment on this water fight. And we'll see the Dreki getting taken down. Numbers of ships are favoring Matreiuss for the moment, but He does lose pretty much everything. It's low HP. And these HUSKSUPPE can't really do much now either. As Matreiuss has got the Axeman in. And he's going to go after more house kills and all the other good stuff. Picking off 2 houses at exactly the same time is always very, very strong. As in comes the HUSKSUPPE. The Axeman will decide to pull back away. Oh, never mind. I said away from the troll, but nope, they get sent. They can just heal up. This village are going to be enjoying the gold that it's going to be gaining as well. My God, now we see behind this Sobek. I was talking about the Sekhmet horror shenanigans, and Matreiuss says, no. We go Bast, Sobek, Osiris, right? Surely. Matreiuss getting his mining camp on the front. Sphinx charging down to the bottom side of the map, looking for an entrance into the main base if he can. The boats are happily just going to sit on this healing spring, not allowing Eisomarto to have it. There is an option for a Sphinx attack onto these villages, but with Locust, it could be brutal. Eclipse plus Locust on those villages. Does Matreiuss sense it? No. Well, he does sense it, but he sees the wood line, but doesn't see the wood getting chopped down. Time to be sneaky here for Matreiuss. He's got a lot of resources in the bank because he's going to be getting himself the heavy warships technology in. Still not making the attack in onto this position. Keep your eyes peeled for that blue dot on the minimap, making a move in. And potentially a lot of sad Norse villages. Up onto this side though. Dot getting targeted down. Oh, the Sphinx is coming in onto this side, looking after the temple to try and finish that. Do have the Migdol stronghold up for Matreiuss as well. Some damages coming in onto this spot, but Matreiuss not focusing down the right. Boats with his ramming galleys, charging it onto this position now. Eclipse is available. He runs in onto the gold situation. They're going to be pulling back. The wood situation over here. That's going to be pulling back. There goes the Locust. And the villagers get massacred. Well, that there, ladies and gentlemen, is a massive oof. 23 villages to 30 villages, and there's a heroic age in already for Matreiuss. Which means when Eisomarto goes, if Eisomarto can go to the next age, he's going to be in trouble. And the Sphinx are just continuing to get villager picks. He's got another one. He gets another one. And the Sphinx here will end up falling now to the HUSKSUPPE, but... Oh, will it? Does it get out? I think it does. Axeman plus Camel Riders in, though this is a dangerous spot to be Petsukos. As Matreiuss is going to be pulling up to the top, distracting away. Chariot Archers coming through now as well. There's an option to try and snipe down the Throwing Axeman. Once you get to about 10 Chariot Archers, those Throwing Axemen, they aren't scary in the slightest. Matreiuss trying to find the damage in onto this spot while this is all going on. Walls coming up for Eisomarto to try and defend this gold mine. There's another healing spring! I can't explain how much I'm upset at the secondary healing spring, but nonetheless... The fighting continue here. Camel Riders getting onto that back line of Throwing Axeman is kind of huge. They have that bonus damage, but an Einery spawn from Eisomarto. That gets in. Where are those Camel Riders going as they move away? The troll at the end will be falling. Herdman now starting to come in as well as Matreiuss trying to get onto the dwarves. I think a couple of dwarves got converted into berserks where that's concerned, as the Einery charging forward. Matreiuss not shooting scooting just yet, but the camel riders here, they've got to be careful versus those urban. And ladies and gentlemen, that is game number 1 in the books, as Matreiuss looking unstoppable here with his Ra. I was questioning it from start to finish, but showing your hand to the Loki at the very start and still managing to cause that many problems. What a wild statement piece from Matreiuss. Villager gets spied. He sneaks it across the map, puts up 2 docks, and then Eisomarto is there left going, how do I deal with all of this nonsense? He even drops the healing spring, and that would have been a nice help for him, but it gets stolen immediately. And then the Locust, you don't get that much damage from Locust ever. Ever. Apparently. Except for when Matreiuss clicks Locust and you've got about 15 villagers there. How many do you lose? From 40 down to 29, down to 28. 12 villagers in that sequence is insane on a heroic age god power. Alright guys, game 1 for Matreiuss. Feeling good. Eisomarto though, he's going to have to figure things out for game number 2, because that is what he has to expect for the rest of this series. Matreiuss, he's aggressive. He's going to look to outplay you, and you got to not let him. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what's going to happen. Next map is going to be Cloud Forest, everyone's favorite map. How much excitement, guys. And we got an interesting matchup here as well. This is a Matreiuss versus Isis on Cloud Forest. There's a lot of ways this can go really, really wrong for the Isis, but there are some maps that get spawned on this specific Cloud Forest that can be really, really good for Isis. Okay. So let me talk about what can go wrong for Isis here. So if Isis decides to go 2 town centers and the second town center doesn't have Hunt on it, then the 1 town center of Matreiuss can have a field day with early game raids and just a lot of very, very good damage. And then can get into a gold staff, basically. A gold staff situation, basically. If the Isis does have a fairly good second town center with good hunt, might be worth it for the Matreiuss player to just say, fine, let's play 2 town center angles here and try and force some fights in the heroic age. There's definitely lots of ways that things can go wrong here. If the Isis gets to the heroic age relatively unscathed, then that's Chariot Archer angles, and that's advantage Isis. Alrighty. Oh, what a fantastic time to be alive. If you guys haven't been following for whatever reason, you're just tuning in now because that's what you feel like doing. Just remember, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Once these qualifiers are over, September 11, September 12th, September 13th. That's Gameathlon. That is the Athens LAN that we're sending all these players to. So if you haven't booked out the time already to come to Athens at the very least, book out the time to hang out with me on the stream, because that's what we're going to be doing. And then from there, we might also do some other shenanigans. There is one more playoff after this week. So we find one player this week and one player next week. So one last run through the gauntlet. And also, if you do want to donate, or you want to, if you want to buy merch, you can do that. This is merch. I think this was, is that the one? No, I don't think that's it. But that merch is there. There was a donation link that I should probably update. If you want to donate, I have, let me see if I can find it quickly. I have a Wise account you can send money to at the moment, which I think is the best way to do it. Or you can also click on the donate button below. So that there is a donate button below in the description on YouTube, and in the about section on the Twitch. That'll have the PayPal donation if you want to send some money to me, and that will help out. All right, guys, enough self-promotion. It's not even self-promotion, actually. I'm promoting the event, but still, let's jump into game number 2. Eisomarto down 0-1. Matreiuss looking scary. Let's jump into everyone's favorite map, Cloud Forest. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, left side of the map, Eisomarto playing as the Matreiuss. Right side of the map, Matreiuss playing as Ice. The map is Cloud Forest. And I have to say, this is a map that I think Matreiuss should be relatively happy with. It's not amazing, but he has double hunt on the back here, which means he can grab this talent center, go into some spearmen, and get a nice heroic age off. And from there, he can look to grab the second gold mine. So Eisomarto has to be a little bit respectful here of that fact. It's going to be very tough for him to get one talent center damage done. He probably has to think about his own second talent center. And then we fight. Let's check out the relics. Over on this side, we have Bow of Artemis, ranged soldier, baluster, and ranged myth units. Minus 10% there for the wood and gold cost. And on to this side, there is the Scales of Echidna, which is minus 15% there for the myth units. Always nice, never not nice. Actually, Amano Uzume is probably the right call in this specific map, because it allows you to play early game damage without committing to, say, Naginata Riders. And that allows you to grab your second talent center and play like that. Probably the right play. We'll see if Eisomarto wants to go for that, though. Up onto the top, Canopic Jar of Imseti. Super good there for whomever wants to pick that up, regardless of which side of the map you're on. And Hermes' Winged Sandals there for the hero movement speed plus 5%. Some huge relics on the map. As the temple will finish up for Eisomarto. We'll see what his game plan is going to be. But first and foremost, picking up relics. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, the Kamo Itachi are amazing versus Egyptian. Because, like, one, it makes Spearmen very tough to actually be using. You're going to try and go for raids with Spearmen. I mean, you got the speed advantage unless Kitsune are out. And then you don't have the speed advantage, and the Kamo Itachi come in and kill off all of your Spearmen. You try and make Slingers, or try and take out any sort of archers. No, you can't do that, because the Kamo Itachi charge in, and they dominate the Slingers in the actual fight. And then, of course, all the raiding potential that you can do. And we are actually going to be seeing the Uzume. There you go. Ha! Meanwhile, Matreiuss decides Bast is going to be his god of choice. And he is on the gold mine for the moment. 8 villages on gold, 5 villages on food, and the 1 on wood. As Matreiuss is looking to play a very, very different style of ISIS here. So no fast second town center, it looks like. A second monument coming up. Uzume will make Matreiuss get a little bit scared because it means he needs to wall up the entirety of his base. Otherwise, the Kamatachi come through and get massive damage done with the Solar Shield. You will see the priests grabbing relics. That is the bow of Artemis there. Sacred Cats comes in immediately to make the food income go up. And there will be a barracks for Matreiuss. So no fast second town center. No nothing. Just barracks units and a dream. As the Kamatachi onto this side here does get greeted by the Sphinx, and in comes to the main base the Goshinboku tree before he loses anything, as the priests are going to try and just make sure nothing's going on here. Kamatachi immediately moving up to the town center. There will be no town center there. So that's what Eisomarto wanted to prevent to some degree. Does manage to do so. Priests coming out as well means, well, not a whole lot. Just the Kamatachi have to be a little bit more careful when they try and charge in here, as one Kamatachi will go down. And the second one as well, most likely going to be getting taken out as well. So Goshinboku tree in though for Eisomarto. For those of you who don't know, the way this works is you can have 2 dead myth units at a time. 2. Then the time it takes to respawn that myth unit, it's free, but the time it takes to respawn that myth unit is the cost of the myth unit at 0.5 seconds per resource. So at 128 food, that's going to be 64 seconds, and then the favor as well is going to be an extra couple of seconds there too. Now, Eisomarto going to move across the map, trying to find the next little part of damage he can. Samurai will be dealing with those spearmen nicely. Naginata Riders, well, they can take out priests nicely. As Eisomarto says, I'll take out this obelisk. Charging forward, still trying to make sure that there is no second town center going up for Matreiuss. He wants to play a 1 town center classical fight here. To this side, the blue units coming through. Matreiuss not paying attention just yet, but neither is Eisomarto, as he takes down the barracks instead of the villages. And now he says, okay, I'll run. This is fine. There's a little bit of a turnaround onto the spearman. Matreiuss so good with that micro. Just going to pull back, heal up. Watchtowers coming in. Move on to this side. The Sphinx just trying to be a pain. As this Miko.
Nani?
0.09 favor only there. 0.08 there. 0.11 there. No Golhei ones just yet. As the main base under attack. Can you get the Vil pick? Answer. No. You cannot get the Vil pick. Great defense from Matreiuss thus far. Eisomarto in retreat. There is going to be a heroic age, however, coming through very, very shortly. Now, it could be Nephthys. It could be Sobek. But either way, what Matreiuss wants, he wants his heroic age. He wants a Migdol down over here. A Migdol down over here. A Migdol. He wants this gold mine as safe as it can possibly be. As Crenellations will also be in for Matreiuss. And he is good to go from this moment onwards. And it will be Nephthys. It's Naginata Riders searching. Raijin, they got a choice for Eisomarto, but he is still pumping units out. Katagi going to come through as well. But realistically, what Eisomarto needs here is he needs enough heroes to deal with... He needs enough heroes to deal with Nephthys, with Ancestors Eclipse, with Scorpion Men, and all that other good stuff. He needs line of sight on this gold mine, and he needs everything over here. And if he can do it right, it's going to be very, very hard for Matreiuss to leave his base and get this gold mine. But he's retreating. He could spam out Kamatachi, get wind sickles, sit on this front. Of course, I know that a heroic age is coming through. Eisomarto doesn't, but he hasn't scouted. Look at his scouting. He only sees one barracks and an armory. He should know, actually. That there is a very big giveaway. And a Migdol stronghold in the main base from Matreiuss. Well, this gives it even more time to Eisomarto to get set up and deal with this. Without question, full spam of Kamatachi with Windsickles, spend all that favor. I don't believe Matreiuss gets out of his base here with an Ancestors Eclipse. Onto the top side. Spearman going to town on this Kitsune as it will pull back. And the Naginata Riders will get a little bit of damage done here. But behind this, Eisomarto says, nope, we don't go for the all-in. We're going heroic age. Chariot Archers will continue to put tiny bits of pressure on. Hot shots for the time being, but they will get very powerful very, very shortly as the gold mine finishing up for Matreiuss. He can jump onto the wood line, get as much of that as he possibly can for the time being. He is up to 2 Scorpion Men as the Chariot Archers charge forward. Trying to snipe the Samurai. Does manage to do so. Great control there. And the Chariot Archer will survive on the retreat as Eisomarto needs to give up a little bit here. Another option actually for Eisomarto is to simply go Raiju. Makes a lot of sense. Naginata Riders getting in. Do they pick off a couple of Chariot Archers? Oh, he didn't get the special off with the Kamatachi. Well, he comes in, gets some damage, tries to bait this army away, but he's baiting a little bit too early as Matreiuss is feeling like he can make this work. The villagers need to move forward onto the gold mine now as Eisomarto, he sits onto this spot, ready to turn around. In he comes. Samurai going down as the Naginata Riders charge forward, and immediately he pulls back. That Scorpion Man is going to be brutal for the Naginata Riders. In comes the big upgrade there. The Solar Shield comes in on the Musha number 1. Does end up dying. There goes the Thunder Burst, which is not going to be that helpful here. As the army of Matreiuss pulls back, Migdol Stronghold coming up onto the backside there as well as the Raiju comes through. Ancestors Eclipse gets dropped down. And Matreiuss and Eisomarto kind of just blowing their big god powers for not very much here. Naginata Riders will spread out. A couple more Samurai going down. And Matreiuss is looking fantastic at the moment. Meanwhile, up to the top side, Naginata Riders trying to figure things out. He's going after the obelisk, but the Migdol Stronghold protects it, and that's a dead Naginata Rider. Over onto this side, the Migdol Strongholds, we have to remember, they've also got Granulation, so they're doing tons of damage here on the pull through as the army comes back in. Another Naginata Rider dying. Another Naginata Rider dying. There is ballistics as well. As the Naginata rider can dodge arrows. I think ballistics will be missing Naginata riders. I can't remember exactly how it works, but you can definitely just run away with Cav and dodge arrows, no matter what anyone says. As the Scorpion Man gets flung into the air, does end up, doesn't die. 9 HP in a dream, gets away. Onto this top side, Scorpion Man almost down as the Daimyo chasing after it. You'll see some walls coming down. These are not the best of walls. Chariot Archers will shoot over this, but you also don't necessarily want to raid with Chariot Archers very often. You go raiding with Chariot Archers, they're 5 speed. You've got 5.5 speed. You've got 7 speed on the Shinobi as well. As the Chariot Archers spot this on the Musha. Nice snipe where that's concerned. As Eisomarto not paying attention, he splits off the Shinobi here. Can he cut the Chariot Archers off? Because this is a lot of population here. Meanwhile, up onto this side, in comes the army of Eisomarto. And we do see the Shinobi catching all of the Chariot Archers out, but he's also throwing units away over here. Cleans up every single one of the Chariot Archers. Huge on that spot. Over on this spot, though, Eisomarto in full send mode as he's trying to deal with everything here. But the Scorpion Men, 3 Scorpion Men here is brutal. As Eisomarto not respecting this at all. And his front line melts. Matreiuss holds that. I think Matreiuss came out in front on that exchange. Losing all the Chariot Archers, fine, if you pick off everything else. Now, 2 Raiju will be returning in from the Goshinboku tree. 1,400 gold in the bank for Matreiuss. Matreiuss has still got plenty of food. He wants a Mythic Age. Thoth at this point feels very, very strong as the Shinobi trying to sneak through up onto the top side. Don't really want to go full send over here. Matreiuss just knows this is a weak spot, so he's sitting over here. Shinobi sitting back, waiting, watching. They are heavy at Bushido tier 3 here. And the Shinobi will do what they can to come in onto this spot. Maybe knock down these houses and look for some raids in the main base. He's got a lot of population. Matreiuss is sneaking out his Mythic Age at the moment. And a big all-in on the main town center could be game over here for Matreiuss. As the walls go down, Matreiuss does react to this into the main base here. Shinobi going after monuments to the villagers. Gonna take out probably the tower as well. Could try and take down the town center. He can always run away. And that's what he's going to be doing for the time being. But he's just got so much more population. He doesn't know it though. And there goes the ninjutsu special attack. And those Shinobi are out of there. But the big problem actually for Eisomarto is not only this Thoth is on the way and Eisomarto has been left in the dust, but also how does he deal with Axeman? Myth unit. Weasel. There's so much favor in the bank right now for Eisomarto. He can do whatever he wants with this. Second town centers wouldn't go astray. And in comes Eisomarto. He sees the opportunity to try and take out the town center. The Axemen coming through. They get pulled back. That Raiju needed to help as the Shinobi trying to get on top of the Chariot Archers here. Thoth is almost in as the Shinobi coming back forward. And now there's the Thoth. Meteor probably doesn't need to be dropped on this army. Instead, potentially on the main base of Eisomarto would not go astray. As in comes Valley of the Kings. Another Migdol stronghold up onto this side to get that next gold mine under control. As the ninjas trying to get in here, but as soon as you see the Scorpion Man, Axeman, oh, it's so hard to micro this. Even with the Raiju, all those Axemen just doing so much damage. The Scorpion Man doing so much damage. And not only is Matreiuss in the Mythic Age now, but he's also in front on military by a big, wide margin. Takamikazuchi is on the way, however, though, for Eisomarto. We'll see how it's going to go. But there's going to be a meteor, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it get dropped down on this position right here, right now. And that he does as the villagers get sent flying. Can they get away from this? Can his castle stay alive either? Miko goes down on the back. All the villagers seemingly surviving, but the castle is down. And the ninjutsu comes through for those shinobi as Eisomarto looking completely outclassed in this game. Town center, the second town center coming down for Eisomarto. Matreiuss here, he is empowering the Migdol stronghold. When you're at full population, it's kind of not worth it to empower the Migdol, because you can't get the extra units, but still. And that there is game 2 in the books as Matreiuss. Well, this is not the Matreiuss I've been seeing this tournament. This Matreiuss looks like a well-oiled machine of very, very specific plays, knowledge. This strategy I haven't seen out of Matreiuss before. Really, really solid. There's definitely an option here for Eisomarto to play into the Weasels a little bit harder. Feel like earlier on this position when Matreiuss went heroic age and all that favor in the bank, you can see how much favor is left for Eisomarto. Just not using it. And yes, you're scared. For sure, you're scared of priests. They're really strong. But there's not that many of them. If you have enough Kamatachi, 1 or 2 die, the rest stay alive, and then you're on top of the priest with your Naginata riders, and your opponent just has to run. But nonetheless, Matreiuss, he gets the dub. He is up now 2-0. And he is looking for his first appearance in the semifinals for the road to Athens here. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game 3 is going to bring us. All right, game 3 is an Odin or a Susanoo versus an Odin matchup here. On the map step, it looks like. Yeah, okay. Let's jump into game number 3 and see what it's all going to be about. Step. And off we go. Matreiuss. Currently undefeated in this, in playoff 4. Currently undefeated. Trying to keep it that way. One more win. And he will be good to go. Eisomarto, on the other hand, well, he's found himself in a very, very difficult position. He's playing Susanol versus Odin. And Matreiuss, this isn't the build order that I know from El Superino. But this is a build order directly out of the library of Matreiuss. He does things slightly different because he sees things that no one else sees. Does he have a Husker out? Yes, he does. He's got that Dragon Palace Crystal, or Celine Dion does. More relics to get picked up over on this side. The Tusk of the Iron Boar on this map. This could be the Freya angle. Matreiuss loves a good cavalry war. Matreiuss loves a good cavalry war. We'll see if that's what he wants to go for. We've also got that Eye of Horus here. Population cap +4 for all your town centers. And finally, the Blanket of Empress Zoe. Damage vulnerability to crush. -15% for buildings. Always nice. And there it is. Freya on the way. If you guys are counting at home, this is an extra 10% HP. Then you get Thundering Hooves, which is another 10% HP, I believe. And then you get Medium Cav, and that's another 10% HP. You can get plus 30% HP on his Raiding Cavalry. As the Raven checking things out over here, we do see a shrine going down on this spot. So I think this is well and truly going to be a worthwhile forest fire. Meanwhile, behind this, it is going to be an Artior Kami for Eisomarto. So not deciding to do any sort of Minakatatomi shenanigans here, which has been more and more the standard in this type of a matchup. Am I wrong? Does Thundering Hooves not give you HP? Forest Fire does end up... I gotta... I'm like 95% sure it does. So gets shanked down onto the front there as Matreiuss is trying to find that early game damage. Matreiuss gets dragged in here. Picks off one Kitsune. His Husker over here. Wolfer. Plus everyone else pushes off of the food on this side. I'd love to see Matreiuss taking out the spotted deers. In onto this position now. The Valkyrie is through. I'm going to try and actually take out that watermill. But there's still options to pick villagers off over here. Does get one, but a Husker will fall for it. Not the best of trades, but a trade nonetheless. And now the Kitsune can start moving out, and Matreiuss has got to be a little bit careful versus that. Let's get himself down the Great Hall. As the Valkyrie will charge around to the side. We do have a stable up for Eisomarto. Now, the question I have actually is going to be, if you don't have Sashimon or Bannerman, Raiding Cavalry will beat Naginata Rider 3 versus 2. So population-wise, they will win per population in a fight. Once Sashimon or Bannerman comes in, then the Raiding Cavalry lose, and I think they lose versus Thundering Hooves as well. The question is, with an extra 10% HP from Tusk of the Iron Boar, do they start winning? Maybe. I have no idea. For the moment, the Valkyrie from Matreiuss, sitting back, waiting, watching. Husker desperately charging after Kitsune, whom we'll never get caught up to, as the Wisdom of the Nine comes through. And the villagers over here, well, they are going to be in for some trouble. And the pain begins. And all the way back home for Eisomarto at the moment as Matreiuss says, hey, if you're going to run home, I'm going to attack you. The Juragumo is a scary defender, though. simply on the fact that she picks up a raiding cavalry and basically one-hits them. As in comes the Hursa. We'll pick off a villager while this is all going on. Matreiuss is so good at this. Leave the villager for alive there, actually. Trying to get another vill pick. Gets one more. Hursa taking out the Kitsune. Gets 2 kills. Now there's only 1 Kitsune remaining. Of course, Eisomarto can rebuild them. They're pretty cheap, and he has not very much... there's a lot of favor in the bank, so no problems there, but the damage has been inflicted. Raiding cavalry up to the top side. They are a little bit blind with their line of sight, but this position is open for attack, hitting the temple and then attacking this position as well. Matreiuss hunting with his raiding cavalry for the time being. Garnath rider coming in onto the top. Got to be careful where that's concerned. Sashimono Bannerman is now pre-queued. It's hit points and bonus damage. No extra speed, but it's not like you need extra speed when you're at 6.6 with those Kitsune behind. This is where life gets tough, but Thundering Hooves brings back the equality. Both players will be at 6.6 speed, even with the Kitsune in the situation. And he does manage to keep the raiding cavalry alive as well. Huge! And of course, Eisomarto is up to nearly Bushido tier 2 for the moment. 900 XP remaining. So medium upgrades is going to be necessary momentarily here. That's the raiding cavalry spot. The Naginata riders again. And Matreiuss. I mean, I've got no... I just have no idea who wins these fights. Of course, the Hursa can face tank. That's fine. He has to take a fight here versus... Sashimono Bannerman isn't in yet. There goes the Swampland. There goes the Kusanagi. Units getting flown. Sprung. Flung. Units getting flung. And Eisomarto doesn't get a huge amount of value where that's concerned, but he's going to be able to continue the attack. Behind this, we have got that Dizablot coming through. Herdman on the way. Matreiuss trying to make sure he's building the right units here. A little bit short on infrastructure as the villagers will be under attack. One villager goes down. Man, Naginata riders are so good. They're so good at killing off villagers. They do 9 hack damage per second compared to the 8 hack damage per second that a raiding cavalry does. But they're moving at 6. I mean, I think they're both good at killing off villagers, to be fair. But these guys just feel so solid. Consistently getting in, sniping, getting out. Behind this, 800 food, 200 gold in the bank. Eisomarto, he knows what he wants. And he wants that heroic age in as soon as possible. And he comes again, going after another villager. But Matreiuss has the defense there for the time being. Now Matreiuss going to be moving his dwarves over onto gold. Still pumping out units, but this gold mine still has 1,500 gold left in it. And there has to be thoughts here for Eisomarto of going to the heroic age. Armory up for Matreiuss. He wants armory upgrades through, but walls are slowly coming down over onto this side. Protecting this gold mine is possible. You can get a wall from here down to here. No problems. But it's expensive to protect that gold mine, but he needs to do so. This gold mine, on the other hand, probably do to actually protect it as well. Not too hard. The wall up here, around to this. Wall this off. Meanwhile, Raijin coming in for Eisomarto, and Skadi will be coming through for Matreiuss momentarily. Eisomarto is still poking and prodding. He's sticking in his base very hard here. Take a quick look at the actual line of sight of Matreiuss. His Ravens are just chilling. Sees the town center over here. Sees nothing with this one. I'd love to see him actually hovering on this gold mine and potentially going for a patrol between here and here. So we can just see what's going on in other portions of the map. Now it feels like it's time to get some raids in here as the army of Eisomarto now looking to push forward. There's Yati Spearmen in here as well, which is a little bit scary. It's the raiding cavalry for Matreiuss. Well, they're looking for damage. The walls are up. There's no entrance in here just yet. Town center looks like it's going to be coming up as Matreiuss has to bail on every which way. He's got the walls here to escape. Onto this side, picking off some units while this is all going on. Very, very dangerous stuff here. Gets behind the wall. Valkyrie in onto this side as the Herdmen are going to get a lot of damage, but there goes the second Swampland. And Matreiuss will pull out of here, but that is some big damage getting done. And Frost almost has to get dropped down here. No? No Frost? In comes the Raiju. And there goes the Thunderburst. And, well, Matreiuss is going to get out of here. There is room to hit villages on raids at the moment. A couple of units do actually not get frozen in there. But Eisomarto has a fairly significant advantage at the moment. Some more Herdmen are going to be on the way. These units over here, Matreiuss sees his opportunity to actually take this fight. Going to be cleaning up a lot of those units with his own Herdmen here. Daimyo dies incredibly fast to the counter cavalry. There's more units onto this side. Eisomarto running around trying to keep everything alive and in one piece for when the Frost finishes up. And Matreiuss says, okay, no worries. I will pull back for the moment. There is a fairly significant advantage in terms of military here for Eisomarto. And Matreiuss now says, okay, time to actually take the fight. Filling off the Daimyo. There's not a whole lot of heroes for the moment here as the raiding cavalry. Great control from Matreiuss, but Eisomarto still has got so many units here. Valkyrie's keeping those alive, staying away from the Daimyo. The Herdmen need to get on top of that one there. Herser to charge after the Raiju while this is all going on. Another Kusanagi gets dropped down, and Matreiuss, with all the micro in the world, is not able to survive the God Powers spammage of Susanoo as he does decide to tap out there, and Eisomarto is on the table with his Susanoo shenanigans. Well, a solid game from Eisomarto. He had a lot of issues early on, but he held on, and that was it. He held on, flipped the switch, turned it all around, and Matreiuss was in trouble here. Matreiuss kind of screwed up on the macro after all is said and done as well. Really just needed more food and potentially also to go into Berserker Gang, or not Berserker Gang, I'm thinking of all tier upgrades. Hamask Berserks here would have been a really nice tech switch. Of course, the Herdmen were fine, but after he built out a handful of those and the Yati Spearmen started coming through, if he made a bunch of Berserks, I think he actually wins this fight. If he spent all of his resources here in gold and wood and had everything spent, or at least sort of similarly to what Eisomarto had spent, I think he probably would have won this fight. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Eisomarto. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game 4 is going to bring us. All right, our next game is on Giza. And it's going to be a Shenong versus Thor matchup. I'll never understand the Kusanagi plus Swampland combo. I think the idea is that you drop Swampland, the Kappas start spawning all around the Swampland, and you want to send the units that your opponent has, as many of them, to as many different positions. Or prevent them from running out of the Swampland. Alrighty, so potentially still just one more game left in this series, potentially. Eisomarto might be able to force that game 5, which we all want to see. We've been waiting for the Cloud Forest to rear its ugly head. Or beautiful head, actually. And it does look like it's shaping up to be either a Hades versus Tsukiyomi or Hades versus Kronos match for the final map there. Matreiuss not saving Thor for not for Cloud Forest, for Mount Olympus is a little bit on the strange side. All right, guys. I think while we wait here, let's check out the bracket and talk about what's going to be happening tomorrow, and then we'll jump into this last game. Alrighty, so Soup versus Magic, Grass versus either Eisomarto or Matreiuss. Who do you guys want to see versing Grass tomorrow? If you want to see Eisomarto, I want to see some German flags. If you want to see Matreiuss, I want to see some Italian flags. Or you can just spam Iso or Matt. Those work too. What flags do I have? I've got France and I've got Brazil. God, I don't have any. All right, guys, let's jump into game number 4 on the map Giza. It's a Thor versus Shenong matchup. The players have changed colors on me just to screw my brain up. Let's jump into Giza. Off to the races we go. As Matreiuss doing what Matreiuss does best, as he is opening with not only a very fast town center, but the very fast town center that results in a very fast advance just in general. Unless he goes for a Herso here, which he might. Oh, he is. Okay, never mind. No super duper fast advance here for us from the side of Matreiuss. Makes me sad, but what can you do? You can't win them all. Let's check out some relics and see what we're going to see. Arrows of the Alpha, damage of melee attack and range attack plus 15% there for the buildings. Over on this side, we have the Kopesh of Horus for damage bonus against myth units times 1x. Always nice versus the Shenong. We'll always have a bunch of myth units for free. And Dwarven Calipers there, making the siege weapons cheaper. Just a nice little help. And Ankh of Ra at the top for a little bit of extra favor generation rate. You know, Matreiuss, he sees the opportunity. One house and a wall potentially to lock that off, because why not? But Matreiuss has not seen any relics. He is trying to find them. He is going to run into this one in the middle of the map. Dwarven Calipers. Not the best relic, but anything is better than nothing, because it's going to be 0.01 favor regardless. And now in comes Freya for Matreiuss, which I like Freya against Shenong. I used to not like it at all because of Chi Yao. It was very, very, very difficult to play. And this is a pretty quick advance from Matreiuss to put pressure on. But yeah, now I think Freya is really, really playable. I don't think it's crazy good or crazy bad. But it's definitely going to be useful, and we will be seeing Chi Yao coming in from Eisomarto as the Berserk, checking things out. And look at this. Finally, someone does the safety farms. I love it. What are you going to do to stop that? Nothing. Well, forest fire this and then try and attack this, I guess, but still. Another relic coming through for Matreiuss. The Kopesh of Horror is going to get dropped into the temple. And there goes the immediate forest fire as this Pioneer will get caught out. The Hursa making its way up there to try and get the relic itself, but you got to be so careful here because there's about to be a Yatsa coming in. And this Berserk, well, it's going to go down. It's going to go down regardless. Try and run away, but maybe a sacrificial Berserk to the top corner of the map. As this Hursa on the way, trying to get to the relic. No, never mind. He doesn't know the relic exists. The Pioneer also doesn't know the relic exists either. There's a Valkyrie in onto this side. Matreiuss spots the Ankh of Ra. Will pick that up, bring it back home. And into the main base, there's going to be raiding cavalry. There's going to be Hursa, and Eisomarto has already made his mind up. It will be a Rushall to come through. Now, we've seen a lot of games in this tournament end with Fey Beasts. Will Matreiuss be able to deal with it is the big question, as this Yatsa does get caught out. 4.5 speed is slower than the Hursa as Matreiuss comes in with his other Hursa trying to get in here. The Valkyrie is really the answer, as that's going to be able to poke that down all the way back home. But is it going to be enough is the question. I don't think it will be. I think he's going to be able to get that one to safety as the Pioneers get some shots back and Matreiuss runs. Now Matreiuss will go into the Dwarven Armory and look to get some more dwarves out and things like that, as a military camp's going to be coming up. More houses to come through, and Eisomarto has to continue working to lock his base up to prevent him from getting raided into the ground from this hyper-aggressive Matreiuss Norse. Now, on the flip side, Matreiuss is also saying, I want to get my own walls up just to protect my base, but this is somewhat expensive and does slow you down quite a bit. I wouldn't mind seeing him get the walls up onto this to protect the hunt here and the gold mine, but still. Behind this now, all the upgrades to come in, hand axe, pickaxe, units coming through as Matreiuss not paying attention on this one. But he gets out without any major losses, and he does have the favor for a Valkyrie if he needs it. Meanwhile, villagers making their way over onto the zebra on the left. And that Yatsa that was almost dead, it heals up very, very quickly as Shenong. And then Eisomarto can start looking for some more raids here if he likes. Doesn't know that there's hunt here, but there is. Now in comes Master of Weaponry, and these are some of the more scary things to deal with. Is the Yahtzee in the center of the map. 2 Yahtzees in the center of the map coming in. Snipes 1 raiding cavalry as Matreiuss is trying to be a little bit tricky with it. Can he get this one? Answer is surely he can. 2 HP in a dream. He gets it. Okay, good. If he gets back home to heal up, it's just another Yahtzee to deal with later on. As in comes the Hammer of Thunder. Pop of Shields. We'll throw an Axeman going to be coming through. Eisomarto is searching down to the bottom side of the map. Looking for damage here. He wants to be right here if he can. The fact that Matreiuss is able to get food income at this point is kind of huge. But Matreiuss's gold situation, that's open for the pickings here. As the villagers will pull off of the wood line. Throw an Axeman trying to get a little bit of damage done. There's no Javelineers here, so this is kind of a tough situation. Random Skylanterns just coming into the main base to scout everything as they do see the dwarves making the move over onto the left side. And Matreiuss here, well, he sees the army coming. The villagers have been spotted. Valkyrie goes down, and Matreiuss is back into his main base for the time being. What is farm doing here? Random farm on the map. Matreiuss can jump onto the wood, onto the food, and play a little bit longer here as onto this side, trying to pick off a straggler. Halberdier, not going to quite be able to do so. It's Watchtowers to come through, and Matreiuss says, Watchtowers, Heroic Age, and a Dwarven Gold Mine sounds absolutely fantastic right about now. And he might be very much right on that. He doesn't need to leave his base. He can sit here. Doesn't have a villager lead, but it's enough for the time being. And Eisomarto going to try and clean up the other wall. And with Skadi to come through, there's always options of dropping a hill fort over here with Frost. But I think he doesn't need to rush for that. Raiding cavalry looking for any villagers to kill. But look at the thing about Shenong. One of the reasons Shenong is so good in this mirror, or not this mirror, in this matchup or against Norse, is because you never need to leave your main base for food. You've got the Shenong farms. You just stay on those all game long. As long as you got some half decent wood lines, you are laughing. But now, in comes the Skadi. And where to for Matreiuss moving forward? A hill fort in his main base, because why not? And a Dwarven Gold Mine over here makes a lot of sense. Behind this, Eisomarto will go for his own Heroic Age. Rushall is pre-queued. It's been pre-queued for ages. He's got his market set up. In comes the Dwarven Mine. And the game continues along. Frost, you have to save it, basically, for Fey Beast. That's the best usage. There's still plenty of food here to eat for Matreiuss. He's got a lot of resources in the bank. He's grabbing himself that Levy Hill Fort soldiers to spam out HUSKSUPPE. Sneaking over onto the left side for a potential another hill fort up for free. Be really nice as the Yahtzee dives to its death there, and immediately the blue units will start moving here. Matreiuss with just a few walls to get set up. I don't think he's getting all those walls up, but just a little bit of light pressure to force Eisomarto to have to do something, and Matreiuss, he is out of here. Armory situation. Matreiuss going up for bronze shields. Eisomarto finally starting to get his own upgrades in. Now he's hit the heroic age. He's going to be able to get in Divine Judgment as well as Gilded Shields. Gilded Shields is not the most important. He's only got the 3 Kwafu. Actually, in fact, Gilded Shields is... There is no reason for that tech to be getting grabbed. None of these units deal pierce damage. Matreiuss here. He's just playing so cautiously because he just can't. He's got to deal with lightning weapons and Fey beasts. And he's got the 1 god power. Now. Whoop. Well, now he doesn't have to worry. Just frost this. Okay, all the HUSKSUPPE are dead if you play around like this. But that's kind of fine, no? That's exactly what... That's a win for Matreiuss. And Matreiuss has got another 75 favor to drop on another Dwarven Mine here. He doesn't need to leave his base. Not for a very long time. The HUSKSUPPE stay alive. Just a couple of them. Maybe a side build or something wouldn't go astray up here. There's a ballet though. That's going to be going up. A couple of fire archers on defense as low HP peasants will end up dying in onto this position. This looks like the fight to take as the lightning weapons gets dropped, and frost will get dropped down there as well. And immediately after that, in comes the hill fort. Matreiuss doesn't even want to go for that next Dwarven Mine. He wants this position here. And without lightning weapons on the map, Matreiuss, another hill fort. I don't think he's going to finish that one. I like the idea of the walls, though. Wall that off and wall off over here and then just win the fight outright. Can he get this hill fort up as well? More walls to come down. I don't think he can. He's going to have to pull off this and try and get the surround. Dwarves now making their way in. Maybe 1 HUSKSUPPE to finish that hill fort off is fine, but he definitely needs to fight this as some units will come in onto the top. And out Eisomarto goes, but not without losing a lot of units here. He pulls outside of the hill fort 1 range, but still the second hill fort's going to be helping out there as more units to stream in from Eisomarto. Not really enough throwing axemen to deal with that front line. And with Divine Judgment in, those halberdiers, well, they look scary versus the HUSKSUPPE. But Matreiuss gets out of the gold starve situation. He's got 100 favor in the bank for a lot of frost giants if he wants to go for it. You can also go to the Mythic Age and go Fimble Winter. You go to Mythic Age and you go Ragnarok, which is insane, but he can do that. He's trying to swing around the right side and left side of the map to look for raids now that he is completely safe underneath both these hill forts. You can also grab a town center here if he wants to. Eisomarto on the other side. He's so far behind on villages that he kind of has to just go for a town center here. There is still also a handful of chickens there for Matreiuss if he wants them. He's into the main base. He is just searching for villas to kill, but there's kind of nothing. There are some Kwafu out to the top here. It's the Shenongs. Shenong Farm gets dropped down. I don't know what he was trying to do there. He will pick off 1 Kwafu as the HUSKSUPPE up onto this side, picking villagers up underneath the ballet. It's not much of a defensive position there for the villagers because those HUSKSUPPE have got so much pierce armor. Another peasant going down. HUSKSUPPE spreading out left, right, and center. As he gets the peasant there as well, and Matreiuss is just in full flight right now. On the left side, on the right side, coming in to pick off more villagers onto this ballet. Losing a couple of HUSKSUPPE here is perfectly reasonable to pick off those villagers. It's 30 villagers for Eisomarto to 59 for Matreiuss. So HUSKSUPPE doing what they can do versus those White Horse Cav. But in comes Tyr. In comes Fimbulwinter. And with 155 favor in the bank, if I don't see another temple get dropped and a whole bunch of Fenris Wolves getting built, I'm going to be very upset. Not very upset, just a little bit upset. Town center on the top side here for Matreiuss as well. One of those really annoying things that Norse can do with their infantry builders. Is just take your town center without any real loss of investment. Meanwhile, Sesfrimnir to come in. Another wall to come down onto this side, grabbing this gold mine. Main base, though, under attack. And Matreiuss, he could convert into Berserks here if he wants to. But he's just going to retreat into his towns and take a couple of losses. Not the end of the world, but a great raid there from Eisomarto. As Eisomarto behind this says, time for Huangdi. Matreiuss has already got himself into 9 Godi to try and deal with that. I think the goal here for Eisomarto is get to those super Dow swords when the only issue is to throw an axeman. Unlike generalist archers, is fantastic versus the Dow for the entirety of the game. Now Matreiuss making his way over here to grab this hill fort. And that Fimbulwinter is going to be brutal. You don't have to garrison everything as Shenong because, well, the Shenong farms protect them. Is Guafu actually staying put? Are there villagers in here as well? Nope. Gets them out of there. But while this is all going on, Matreiuss, hill fort here. Hill fort here. Town center here, eating Rhino. We see bravery on the way. And I'm disappointed to say we do not see Fenris Wolves coming out just yet. Wait, are these locked off? The White Horse Cav, they're locked off. They can't get out of here. They've got to kill walls to get out of here. That's kind of funny. But Huangdi is now on the way, and Eisomarto is trying to chase this all down. I don't know if he's going to get a huge amount of damage with that Ying Long, though. It's 3 town centers to 1. Meanwhile, up onto this side, we do have the Zhurong coming through, but the Godi chasing that one down. They do move faster. They do take that out. Hill fort onto the middle does get denied, as Matreiuss is still just trying to get himself out all the HUSKSUPPE he possibly can in the world. There's more Godi streaming in from the backside, but they don't really do anything in these fights. They're kind of a hopeless unit outside of killing off myth units. And there goes another Frost, as Eisomarto, well, he's out of gold. The entirety of the map is locked up. This is the final gold mine for Eisomarto. He's got 124 of 145 population. A Yinglong coming, and that's it. Now incoming is the champion infantry. To add insult to injury, another hill fort to get dropped down as well. But here comes Huangdi. Some reinforcements on this side. As a Yinglong will drop. HUSKSUPPE can garrison in. Godi can pop out, and they can get a lot of damage done onto that Yinglong with good control. And that is exactly what Matreiuss is trying to do. Charges after that. Yinglong not able to kill it, but has half HP'd it already. The rest of Matreiuss' army does seemingly start to melt here, as HUSKSUPPE need to get rebuilt out. I'd love to see units like the Berserk But a lot of favor in the bank as well. Not very much food income at the moment. As the Hundun will come forward, will clean up the hill fort, and Eisomarto lives another day. As the Yinglong is just simply searching for things to do. With some nice speed walking, you can kind of catch up to the Yinglong. 4.5 versus 4.3 speed is kind of close. Main base going to be under attack here as Tower's doing things. The Goaty stopped moving as well. Matreiuss feeling like he's losing a little bit of grip on this game. Villagers getting taken out. He's got such a villager advantage in this game, though, that I don't think that this Yinglong, with all the kills it can potentially get, is going to matter in the slightest. And the Yinglong coming in. Does get that spotted here. Is so much line of sight. Still just trying to chase after it. Not able to do so. It's so quick. Not so quick, but it's quick enough to stay out of range of those Goaty. There's some other ranged units that can just chase it down for days and just get damage done, but not the Goaty. As he will get a couple of shots off. This Hundun just kind of gets tickled. 65% pierce armor. Are you kidding me? It's the Goaty trying to stay over onto the left side, zoning the Yinglong in onto this position, throwing Axeman to try and take out those Dows. The Halberdier as well as the Huskal are somewhat useless units in this actual fight. And Matreiuss notices that as he says, all right, let's pull off this. Maybe come over and pick off some villages there. Yinglong charging around here does actually get caught out by the Goaty. As Eisomarto can do nothing but turn around and shank here for the time being. Huskal cleaning villagers up. 97 to 41 villagers. Matreiuss only knew he would literally just go, all right, let's send something. Let's go berserk. Get Berserker Gang, convert into Berserks and just go win the game. But he's pushed off the gold. Eisomarto has nothing left in the tank really here. And the Dao Swordsmen running to their death. As the villagers will try one last ditch effort to get some gold in. As the Qinglong, excuse me, flies to its death here as those Goaty, I mean, there's so many Goaty, deal with that one. And Eisomarto will tap out. And Matreiuss wins in 4 as he is able to make his first appearance in the semifinals. Since I don't know when, actually. It's been a while since he's been top 4. It's been a while. And he is in incredible. He's been incredible in this tournament, in this specific playoffs. Just looking at his gameplay, everything is looking clean. All the decisions, all the strategies, all the mechanics, the micro. He is looking in fine form at the moment. What a time to be alive, guys. We're going to see Matreiuss tomorrow. Let's check out the bracket before we finish off for today. Hope you've had a fantastic time hanging out with me. We'll see you in the bracket. Alrighty, so Matreiuss 3. He goes on to meet Grass, Soup and Magic, Grass and Matreiuss. What a ridiculous day we're going to have tomorrow. It all starts at 1400 GMT. I'm going to talk with the players a little bit now and see who's going to be first. Normally we just flip a coin because there is a little bit of an advantage to go first tomorrow. So if you want to check out the schedule, you'll be able to see what's happening where that's concerned. But yeah, that's going to be it for me today. We'll find someone to raid. Bam, 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 ba, ba, da, bam. Let me see. I don't know any of these guys. I don't know any of these guys at all. Where's the Age of Mythology streamers? What's going on? Game aside, random Voobly stream. Random Voobly stream. Flinglish. Nope. Nope. Who's Dodale? Oh, Dodd Alex. Okay. Sure. I'll see you guys later. Dodd Alex. Okay. Not Dodd Ale. Dodd Ale. That doesn't make any sense. Dodd Alex. I know Dodd Alex. What time tomorrow? 1400 GMT. We start 1400 GMT with one of the semifinals. Don't be there or be square. That's the big rule. Be there or be square. Gonna see you guys later. Thanks for chilling out, hanging out with me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.